You shouldn't have looked for us, because now we see you. You let us in, and now you are going to have to let us stay. There is no escape, only the interval before you join the choir of silent minds. We are patient, and the spiral always closes to our design. Chapter 1. The Obelisk. Now then, hold on a moment, my young friend, and stop eyeing that satchel as though it's about to leap up and explain your destiny to you. 'Tis a long road to Phandalin, and longer yet if you keep gnawing questions in thy head instead of giving them voice. Best to let them out ere they sour, hear me, wanderer. There are only two precious things in this world. The first is love. The second trails after it like a tired mule. And that is intelligence. You've a cautious look and a quick eye, which suggests the second has paid you a visit. So I'll reward it with a story rather than a spell to keep you quiet. You asked why an old mage is being rattled to bits on the road to Phandalin. The answer lies beneath that town, deeper than its deepest cellar, in a piece of Netherese folly that should have stayed buried when the rest of their arrogance fell from the sky. It begins with a stone of obsidian. The Shattered Obelisk is only one of several similar obelisks around the world. All are powerful artifacts with dangerous magical effects, although no two have the same powers. The earliest extant examples of these magical obelisks can rewrite reality on a grand scale. A mysterious group called the Weavers created the obelisks to undo great calamities, often by hurling a region or entire world back in time before the calamity occurred. One of these ancient Weaver obelisks was said to appear in Icewind Dale. No one knows anything about the Weavers because the evil wizard Vecna stole the secrets of the obelisks and used them to erase the knowledge of the Weavers from existence. The lore of how to create the artifacts then seeped throughout the world. The most notable obelisk builders were wizards from the now fallen empire of Netheril. Netherese obelisks vary in appearance. The obelisks are always tall and narrow to a pyramidal top. They vary in height, from a dozen feet to many dozen feet, and substance, from obsidian-like stone to an unknown black metal. None of these obelisks were as powerful as those created by the Weavers, but they could nevertheless enact great and terrible changes. The Netherese are gone, but their monuments linger as afterthoughts the world cannot quite shake off. Some lie toppled, and one such ruin lies beneath the place where our mule is dragging us. The Shattered Obelisk under Phandalin. Now, Mistra sent a message to me in the form she often does, unique and oddly difficult to decipher immediately, even to one of her chosen. I was drifting to sleep in my chair in Shadowdale, with a dull Cormyrian history sliding from my lap and my pipe trying to set fire to my robe, when silver blue fire swallowed the room and left me hanging over a town I knew at once. The vision plunged down through earth and stone, past old graves and abandoned tunnels, into a cavern thudded in the rock. There the obelisk lay in fragments, its shards jutting from the floor and walls, each piece pulsing with a thick, nauseous light. 3 figures knelt before the fragments, robes trailing, heads bowed, mind flayers, illithids. The sight of 3 together is rarely a blessing. The name at the center of that mental storm and ritual was Ilvash, a godlet of the far realm, small only when weighed against the greater darkness of the far realm. And if you know anything about the Elder Evils, I would advise placing this abomination within that same threat level. In Ilvash's dreams, Toril lay beneath a new Mind Flayer empire sprawling across the world. The Mind Flayer fanatics have discovered pieces of a shattered obelisk of great magical power, left over from the mysterious Netherese empire that once occupied part of this region. After retrieving the remaining fragments, the fanatics plan to infuse the reconstructed obelisk with Ilvash's unholy energy and turn Phandalin's population into Mind Flayers loyal to their evil godlet. The vision shifted, and I stood in another place entirely. The plane of dreams curled around me, shimmering and uncertain, and through it walked a handful of mortals. They moved through scenes made of borrowed memories and half-grown nightmares, and though their faces blurred, the weave clung to them in a way I have learned to recognize. Their path led toward the same root of corruption that lay under Phandalin, only from another side, and the work waiting for them lay far beyond the reach of my staff and boots. Mystra's intent was plain. Those adventurers would lead Ilvash's designs to ruin. My share for the time being was the burden to slow the doom long enough for them to arrive. Once, I wore a ring that could lift a handful of heartbeats out of their proper march and hold them in a bubble where time stood. Raindrops hanging bright in the air, blades arrested a breath away, that sort of trick. My lady and I had drawn it forth and reshaped it. The result was a grey, faintly luminescent substance. Our plan was very simple. If the substance was smoothed across the heart of the obelisk, time would cease, if only for a short duration. Months to be precise, long enough for those adventurers within the vision to fulfill their end of the bargain. Ilvash's reach through that stone would lengthen at a grudging pace, and the transformation of Phandalin would move from a swift horror to a slow, straining process. Mystra's voice lingered in my thoughts even after the vision faded. This will buy about 6 months, Elminster. A season and more in which the Mind Flayer's schemes will hang half-finished, and the Dreamwalkers can draw near to the source of the infection and cut deep. So here we sit, you and I, on this lamentable cart rolling toward a town whose people have no idea that 3 illithid fanatics are crooning under their feet, nursing shards of a Netherese mistake. With 3 Mind Flayers that wish to feast upon the brains of all humanoids across the multiverse, it would be prudent to inform you about these 3. Known as Mind Flayer Clairvoyants. In pursuit of reconstructing their lost empire, a few Mind Flayers have turned to their home plane, the Far Realm, for answers. A Mind Flayer Clairvoyant has peered into that realm's starless depths and been subsequently rewarded with extraordinary powers. Instead of heeding an elder brain, a Mind Flayer Clairvoyant listens to the whispers and whims of the voices of the Far Realm. In addition to feasting on brains, a Mind Flayer Clairvoyant can summon tentacles that rip through the fabric of reality and distort the minds of enemies. Chapter 2. Phandalin. Nestled on the northern Sword Coast, between Neverwinter Wood and the Sword Mountains, is the town of Phandalin. Centuries ago, Phandalin was a thriving settlement with deep ties to its neighbouring communities. The frontier town of Phandalin is built on the ruins of a much older settlement. Hundreds of years ago, the old Phandalin was a thriving human town, whose people were firmly allied with the dwarves and gnomes of the Phandalver's Pact. However, the same orc horde that sacked the mines at Wave Echo Cave laid waste to the settlement, and Phandalin was abandoned for centuries. In the last 3 or 4 years, hardy settlers from the cities of Neverwinter and Waterdeep have begun the hard work of reclaiming the ruins of Phandalin. A bustling frontier settlement has grown up on the site of the old town and is home now to farmers, woodcutters, fur traders, and prospectors, drawn by stories of gold and platinum in the foothills of the Sword Mountains. Unfortunately, more than a few bandits and brigands have settled here as well, taking advantage of the fact that the area has no local lord or authority to chase them off. Our rutted track comes out of the trees onto a shoulder of hill, and there the town shows itself proper. Phandalin is small. I count 40, perhaps 50 buildings spread along the road and around a ragged green. Most are simple log houses, straight walls, steep roofs, thin curls of smoke slipping from crooked chimneys. A good many stand on older stone foundations, blocks laid by hands long dead. So you see fresh timber standing on weathered rock, new lives set squarely on the bones of the old town. Between the newer homes lie ruins from the first Phandalin, low stretches of broken wall, corners of old houses with nothing left attached. piles of tumbled stone that ivy and briars have started to claim. The pattern of those ruins shows how broad the place once was. The streets ran further, the houses stood closer, and the town in those days had ambitions larger than what your eye meets now. The cart track widens as we reach the first houses, turning from a pair of muddy ruts into a proper main street. It climbs gently toward the east, and, at the top of that rise, on a small hill, stands what remains of a manor house. Enough of the walls still stand to show that someone with coin and pride once built themselves a fine seat there, looking over every roof and chimney. The roof is mostly gone, the windows are empty holes, yet the shape of the place still broods over the town. As we roll in, the day's business goes on. Children shout and chase one another across the green. A woman beats dust from a rug. Two men argue over a broken wheel and whose fault it was. Miners tramp past with tools over their shoulders. A few folk carry crates toward what passes for shops, calling to each other as they go. Heads turn toward the cart. I get some nods, a few guarded smiles. The long look folk give a stranger with a staff and a pointed hat, and then they turn back to their work. Phandalin is too small to ignore newcomers and too busy to stop the day on their account. To you, it would all seem ordinary enough. To me, with my boots in the dust and my fingers in the weave, there is a faint extra pulse beneath it all. Far below, the Shattered Obilesk stirs. Its presence presses up through earth and stone, a slow, steady thrum just off the rhythm of the world. Aye, lad, the far realm does not always come with screams and lights. Often it starts as a wrong note, beneath a familiar song. I take a corner table with my back to a decent bit of wall, tamp fresh with pipeweed, and let the first curl of smoke rise. 10 minutes pass, and as the hearth is fed a third time, a woman approaches me. I, a damsel in need of the sage of Shadowdale, not something I am unfamiliar with. Afternoon to you, she says. Name's Linen Greywind. I run the Lion Shield Coster in these parts. We bring goods in from Neverwinter, send ore and grain and whatever else we can scrape together back out. You'd be Elminster, wouldn't you? Aye, I say. I've been him some time now. Your house is warm, your road importunely is abysmal, but your ale is divine, which is more important than the first two put together. That earns the smallest twitch at the corner of her mouth. We're working on the road, she says. The ale we got right from the start. You don't look like a man come to buy nails or sell ore. So I'm reckoning you're here for the other thing this town has in abundance. Trouble, I say. You're right. There's something old and hungry turning over under your fields, causing crops to rot. My lady sparks me to action, and I've come to see that it leaves your polite village alone. She glances, just for a heartbeat, toward the east. About 15 miles that way, she says softly. There's an old mine, carved by dwarves and fought over by folk who wanted what lay in its walls. Wave Echo Cave. Some here have shares in whatever's left of it. Some just scratch around the edges. Of late, the ones who go near it come back with bad dreams, strange notions, talk of echoes in the stone when no hammer's swinging. A few don't come back at all. From her satchel, she draws a leather-bound tome, thick and well-used, and lays it between us. This is what the Costers gathered on the place. History, bargains, half-remembered tales, all copied as straight as we could manage. I'd have you carry it to the cave, open it there, and see what stirs. Forgive me, Elminster, I've no wizard on my own payroll, so I don't have much else to spare. Wave Echo Cave, I say. Aye, I remember the name. One forge of spells. You heard of it. I have pronounced Linen, although everyone who has now ventured there has not returned. Now with things turning into horrors at night, I have had little time to explore myself. Now I would say, read the book at the entrance. Call it superstition, if you like. The old stories say that place was full of magic once, And if there's even a chance the past is rubbing shoulders with whatever's going wrong now, I would say it would be there. Chapter 3. Wave Echo Cave. More than 500 years ago, clans of dwarves and gnomes made an agreement known as the Phandelver Pact, by which they would share a rich mine in a wondrous cavern known as Wave Echo Cave. In addition to its mineral wealth, the mine contained great magical power. Human spellcasters allied themselves with dwarves and gnomes to bind that energy into a great forge called the Forge of Spells, where magic items could be crafted. Times were good, and the nearby town of Phandalin prospered as well. But disaster struck when bandits swept through the north and laid waste to all in their path. A powerful bandit force reinforced by evil mercenary wizards attacked Wave Echo Cave to seize its riches and magic treasures. Human wizards fought alongside their dwarf and gnome allies to defend the Forge of Spells, and the ensuing spell battle destroyed much of the cavern. Few survived the cave-ins and tremors, and knowledge of the location of Wave Echo Cave was lost. For centuries, rumors of buried riches have attracted treasure seekers and opportunists to the area around Phandalin, but no one has located the lost mine. In recent years, people resettled the area, and Phandalin is now a rough-and-tumble frontier town. Recently, a trio of dwarves, the Rockseeker brothers, discovered the entrance to Wave Echo Cave, and they intended to reopen the mines. Unfortunately for the Rockseekers, they weren't the only ones interested in Wave Echo Cave. A mysterious villain known as the Spider controlled a network of bandit gangs and goblin bands in the area, and his agents have followed the Rockseekers to their prize. The trail fell away into a broken ravine, choked with boulder upon boulder and scrubs. A narrow fissure, half hidden, yawned at its base, and that was the way in. I squeezed through, my staff scraping stone, and the air changed to that deep, cold taste you only get far underground. Torchlight and spell light showed the first wide chamber. 4 tunnels met there beneath a 30-foot ceiling, the stone carved in simple reliefs of dwarves and gnomes at work. Picks raised, carts rolling, faces set in their steady, stubborn look their kind wear when the mithril at last yields. The carvings were worn, yet clear enough to see their vast history, its grandeur lost to the ages, a sorrowful and bleak look. As I moved forward, nearly 24 skeletons lay scattered, some small and broad, dwarves by their bones and boots, others human-sized, armor rotted to scraps of rust and leather. A shudder formulated down my back. Was it a psychic fluctuation or just a little bit of fear? In that moment, I contemplated but could not come to a consensus. The air grew humid, the stone damp underfoot. Fungi had claimed this place in earnest. Thick carpets of soft growth covered much of the floor. Great mushrooms the size of a 1-story structure clustered in patches. Shelf fungus layered itself along stalagmites. Tall stalks rose in clumps, capped with broad heads that reached nearly to my shoulder, a familiar echo of the Underdark. A few of the puffballs and caps glowed with a faint green light, enough to illuminate the air with a ghostly hue. I set my boot down with care. Some Underdark growths are harmless. Others are inclined to explode, poison, or both when disturbed. Threading a safe path, I spotted something half buried in the edge of the growth, near an old pack and a scatter of bones that had once been goblin-shaped. A tome. I coaxed it free with a spell rather than fingers, let it float into my hand, and brushed away the damp muck that clung to its cover, the Far Realm and the Netherese. There you are, a guide into time travel. One would-be adventurer, maybe contemplating time travel as a means to right the wrongs they once undertook, or for simply an understanding of where their mistakes once were formed. A recursion to the potential correct decision, at least the one they assessed, would lead them down the correct path. Let us read Mistral and Previous Time Travel. Mistral understood that time traveling would become an interest to spellcasters at some point. Instead of allowing spellcasters to come up with their own methods for time travel, Mistral took it upon herself to establish how magic and time travel could work together. To this end, she created the Time Conduit spell. Mistral created this spell to allow travel through time on her terms. Wizards who sought to create new spells that evaded the rules of time travel inevitably failed, their research leading them back to the conclusion that Mistral's Time Conduit spell was the only way to time travel. Its drawbacks, however, made it nearly impossible for time travelers to alter history, which, for many spellcasters, was the only reason to time travel. There are time gates on Faerun, but their locations remain a mystery. Ancient texts of Mistral's faith talk of 3 gates that were created either through accident or great fortune. While the time gates don't require the material components, they otherwise work exactly like the Time Conduit spell, permitting time travel to any point in Faerun's past. Discovering the location of even one of these portals is an adventure in itself. Adventurers have looked so hard, for so long, and with nothing to show for it, that no one even tries anymore. The last recorded expedition is believed to have been in 404 DR. This magic may have been transfused into the obelisks, and in my natural curiosity, I simply had to know. I did not open it there. Some texts are best greeted on a ground of your own choosing. Into the bag of holding it went, where its whispers, if any, would have a harder time wriggling into my thoughts. The mere presence of such a work in the cave told me enough. Someone had been studying the same knot of problems that had brought me here, the far realm, the Netherese obelisks, and how the two might be tied. I left the fungi behind and followed the faint pull of old power deeper. The sound of distant water grew clearer as I walked, a constant rumble and crash somewhere beyond a wall. The next chamber on my path was a workshop, or had been, a high, broad room, its corners filled with stone work tables now cracked and scorched. Signs of fire, of magic, of sudden and violent ruin. In the center of the room stood a stone pedestal. Upon it rested a brazier that held a small, steady flame. The fire burned green, clear and strange, casting a sickly light that did not smoke and did not flicker in any draught. Let us now tell the tale from a distant perspective. For what happens for the rest of the tale deserves that holistic perspective. As Elminster approached, something drifted out of the shadow beyond the brazier, a floating sphere of flesh some 4 feet across. 4 eye stalks grew from its sides, 2 to each flank. A single large eye stared from its center unblinking. A spectator. It hung in the air and regarded the intruder. Then, without moving its mouth, the words echoed in Elminster's thoughts in a dry, rasping voice. "Welcome to the Forge of Spells. Present the items to be guarded, wizard." The creature's mind still clung to its original task. Long ago, a human wizard had summoned it from a distant plane and bound it to watch over the magic kept in this chamber. Its service had been set at 101 years. When the bandits descended and the mine collapsed, that binding warped. Time had not broken for the spectator, but it had slipped. The mine lay in ruins. To the guardian, it remained in use. Elminster answered it gently, soothed its confusion with courtesy, and coaxed what knowledge remained. There had been, the spectator remembered, a shard of black stone brought through this chamber, small enough to lift, dark, engraved with runes that did not sit easy in its sight. The shard had thrummed with an unfamiliar power. The master wizards had carried it deeper into the mine, away from the Forge of Spells, to be hidden. Beyond that, the spectator's memory blurred. The long, crooked years had worn the details thin. It could recall nothing more, only that the shard was dangerous, and that it was glad when it no longer had to look upon it. Leaving the spectator to its endless watch, and the green fire to its steady burning, Elminster followed the faint call of that description through the tunnels. The weave tugged at him from a particular direction, and he moved with the confidence that comes from a lifetime of listening to it. The hall he entered next bore marks of recent use over older grandeur. 6 marble pillars lined the walls, cracked but unfallen. At the far end sat a 9-foot-tall statue of a dwarf upon a throne, a stone warhammer laid across his knees. 2 large emeralds gleamed in the statue's eyes. Dust and debris had been swept aside from the center of the floor. Near the statue, bedrolls and packs lay neatly arranged around a rough fire pit. Ash in the pit had cooled, but not long ago. A wooden table stood between 2 pillars on the western side. A drow stood beside it. He was slender, dark-skinned, dressed in the cut of a wizard who expected obedience and preferred shadows. In one hand, he held a gem of smooth black obsidian, its surface etched with faint curling sigils that caught what little light there was. His red eyes fixed on Elminster as the old mage stepped into the hall. "It seems," the dark elf said, voice low and smooth, "that I must deal with you myself. A pity it must end this way." The spider's hand had reached Wave Echo Cave ahead of the archmage. There was no pretense of parley. Spells flared as both wizards moved. Energy crackled between the pillars. A ray of force tore a chunk from one column. Another hissed past Elminster's shoulder and shattered against the wall. The statue watched in silence, emerald gaze unchanging. The drow's eyes widened. The words of his next incantation tangled on his tongue. His legs wobbled. A heartbeat later, he crumpled to the floor, the obsidian gem slipping from his fingers and rolling until it tapped, gently, against Elminster's boot. Unconscious, he lay still, breathing, trapped in a deep, enforced slumber. Elminster stooped and picked up the gem. Cold sank through his fingers into his bones. Runes glimmered faintly on the stone surface. As he focused on them, his thoughts slid sideways. The hall blurred. In its place rose another subterranean chamber, unseen by his eyes, yet present in his mind. Here, the ceiling soared higher still, studded with veins of ore. A shrine stood at the center, carved pillars, a great stone door, and a statue of a dwarf whose emblem, a gem within a mountain, marked him beyond mistake. This was Dumathoin, keeper of buried secrets, dwarven god of what lies hidden in the deep. In the vision, offerings lay scattered, gems gone dull, tools resting where worshippers had once placed them. The air felt heavy with silence. Beneath that silence ran another presence, a distant pressure, patient and insistent. The gem in Elminster's grasp pulsed. A psychic wave lapped at his mind, a command without words urging service to something vast and alien. The same distant will that moved the mind flayers beneath Phandalin brushed at his thoughts again. Ilvash. Elminster resisted, steady and practiced. The pressure lessened and withdrew, thwarted but not gone. On the table, among scattered parchments and ink-stained scraps, lay a map. He shifted aside a fallen inkpot and took the parchment up. It showed the land around Phandalin, marked with a rough hand. Ruins, paths, secret places, several sites circled and annotated in the same hurried script. One mark lay to the east of town, singled out with more notes than the rest. Lines and comments around it suggested a connection to the gem. Another locus of power, another hidden place where the vision's shrine might lie in truth. Elminster studied it for a long moment. The gem still rested in his hand, its call now muffled by fresh wards. Within its facets, the stored vision waited to be completed, its pattern half revealed. He needed one more piece, a second shard, a second glimpse, one more fragment of Netherese craft, wedded to far realm taint. and the full shape of the scheme unfolding around Phandalin would stand plain. Obelisk, cult, godlet, and the fragile 6 months he had been given to hold the worst of it at bay. He wrapped the gem in protective spells and tucked it into his bag beside the Far Realm and the Netherese. The two dark things went into the same deep pocket of nowhere, isolated from both the cave and from each other by the old mage's care. The drow he left where he lay, carried in a sleep that would hold him long after Elminster was gone. Aye, that is what occurred. It was a rough experience for the drow, to say the least. The next turn in my tale lay beneath the god of buried secrets, where dwarven reverence and Far Realm corruption lay. Chapter 4, Talhundreth. Elminster crossed the meadows east of Phandalin at a steady, thoughtful pace, staff tapping the earth in a quiet rhythm. The sky was clear, the grass high, and for a time the land seemed honest and untouched. Then he saw the strange sight, a mutated cow. At least it looked that way. It grazed alone near a tumble of stones, head bowed, tail flicking lazily. From a distance it looked ordinary enough, but the Archmage's gaze tightened as he drew closer. Its eyes did not track him. They stared straight ahead, unfocused, pupils stretched into thin, vertical slits. Its shadow bent at an angle that did not match the sun. The air around it carried a faint, static buzz in the weave. Far Realm taint, sunk into its flesh. A simple note on Far Realm influences. The simplest natives of the Far Realm are the pseudo-natural creatures that roam the layers on unguessable errands. They dwell past the eons that lie between the stars, beyond the planes as we know them, nestled in far realms of insanity. When summoned to the material plane, they often take the form of and emulate the abilities of familiar creatures, though they are more gruesome in appearance than their earthly counterparts. Alternatively, they may appear in a manner more consistent with their origins. A mass of writhing tentacles is a favorite, although other terrible forms are always possible. Entities of the Far Realm defy ordered classification. Certainly countless types crawl through the infinite layers. Some are like animals, others vaguely insectoid. Many are sentient, and some are as powerful as deities. Though whether every godlike entity of the Far Realm is sentient is difficult to assess. When confronted with material plane beings, or even creatures normally associated with the inner and outer planes, a Far Realm entity often takes the form of a creature familiar to the viewer. Elminster hummed a soft word and raised one hand. The spell he used was old and gentle, intended for a simple mercy to ease its passing. The cow sagged to its knees, then to its side, the strange tension in the air fading as its breath left it. He stood over it for a moment, hat in hand, then turned away. There would be worse things than warped cattle before this was done. Hours later, as the ground began to rise toward the foothills, he saw movement ahead along a shallow rise. A boy, no more than 12, ran in ragged circles, flailing his arms at a cluster of drifting shapes that had surrounded him. The creatures floated a few feet above the ground. Each was a twisted bundle of brain-like tissue studded with small, gleaming gemstones, trailing spindly tendrils that quivered hungrily. Elminster recognized them at once. Encephalon gemmules, mind flayer growths, seed forms meant to infest and change whatever they caught. "Hold fast, lad," the old mage called. The boy froze. One gemmule darted closer, tendrils reaching. Elminster's staff slammed into the earth, and a lance of force snapped through the air. The gemmule burst apart, its foul substance dissolving into grey mist. Another fell to a bolt of crackling power. A third tried to flee and simply ceased to be when the wizard's fingers closed in a brief, sharp gesture. Silence followed. The boy stared, shaking. "Home," Elminster said, voice firm but kind. "Straight there. Tell no one about floating brains. Just say you saw wolves and ran." "I?" The boy nodded, eyes wide, and sprinted back the way he'd come. Alone again, Elminster wiped a smear of ectoplasm from his sleeve, muttered something dark about illithid gardening habits, and continued east. The meadowland thinned into broken rock, then into rising cliffs. A path, half buried under scree, wound toward a wide cleft in the hills. At its end yawned a great cavern mouth, and beyond that, an enormous double door of worked stone. Talhundereth is a subterranean temple to Dumathoin, the dwarven god of buried secrets. Millennia ago, Talhundereth was a vibrant and populous temple visited by many worshippers of Dumathoin. Talhundereth was built above the sacred crypt of the Talhund, where the most ardent priests of Dumathoin were entombed. Talhundereth was as busy as the crypt of the Talhund was peaceful. Miners, merchants, and priests alike came to Talhundereth seeking wisdom, political alliances, secret martial training, and hints at where to find wealth. Eventually, however, the passages to Talhundereth grew dangerous, and the temple saw fewer visitors. A few centuries ago, Talhundereth was abandoned by all but a few vigilant defenders. Mind flayers took advantage of Talhundereth's depleted state to attack. During this invasion, a collapse rocked the temple and crypt alike. Both the Mind Flayer invaders and the temple guardians gave up Talhundereth as lost, though the Mind Flayer's psychic stain remained. Since that attack, various bandits and monsters have squatted in the abandoned temple. Sometime after the Mind Flayer's reign, aspiring law-seekers brought one piece of the Shattered Obelisk into Talhundereth's chapel and another into its crypt, hoping that studying the pieces in close proximity might reveal more about the obelisk's previous powers. Elminster stepped through the prop door into cool, stale air. Dust lay thick in the first hall. Faint craft scents still clung to the walls. Old incense, stone polish, dwarven oil. A woman stood by the altar, motionless except for the slight tilt of her head as she examined the socket patterns. Snakes writhed lazily where her hair should have been, their tongues tasting the air. Her features were sharp and still, a hunter's face waiting for prey to falter. A short, blocky creature of living rock stood beside her, chisel-like stylus scratching quietly across a stone slab, resting on its hands as it took notes. Honna, a Medusa, and her companion scribe. Their thoughts were on the altar and on whatever secrets they hoped to wring from its patterns. Elminster moved along the wall. No footsteps sounded. No breath stirred the dust. The Medusa's snakes swayed, but their eyes passed over the empty air where he walked. The Galeb door did not pause its slow, precise scratching. He slipped through the southern door without a sound, and beyond lay a broad procession hall supported by stout stone columns. A large chamber opened before him, its far side fallen away into a deep, flooded pit. The walls near the collapse were cracked, as stone blocks shifted by the water's gentle push. Dark water filled the chasm to an unknown depth. It rippled and slapped softly against broken stone, the movement too lively to be the work of air alone. Elminster halted at the edge and watched. I did, for this part in the tale was slightly strange to say the least. A thick, scaled neck rose from the water, then another, then a third. Altogether 6 heads broke the surface in slow sequence, blinking and snorting. A hydra, massive and scarred, sprawled through the pit, most of its bulk hidden, several heads listing in drowsy half-sleep. The splashing that had first caught his ear came from something smaller. A coil of animated water twisted and darted between the hydra's necks, splashing against rocks, diving and rising in quick, agitated motions. The water weird's movements kept the pool constantly stirred. At one point, it slapped playfully against one of the hydra's resting heads. The beast rumbled irritably and snapped at the coil with a lazy bite that met only spray. The water weird's answer was a high, chiming giggle and a spray of droplets into another grumbling mouth. Grandlejaw and Kellikilly, though he did not yet know their chosen names, a partnership of weary muscle and restless element, held together by convenience and a shared tolerance of one another. A brief aside for the would-be adventurer on hydras. There are several types of hydra known. The common hydra resembles a large brownish dragon, whose scaly neck sprouts anywhere from 5 to 12 heads. The common hydra is the type most often encountered in the Tun and the Vast. Apart from its multiple heads, it has no special abilities. Less common are the pyrohydra, which breathes fire like a dragon, and the feared Lernian hydra, which actually regenerates any head separated from its main body. The ice-breathing cryohydra is unknown in the area of Cormia, which is probably for the best. As reports indicate that common hydrae can give birth to any of the other types of hydrae, I am of the opinion that the pyro, cryo, and Lernian hydrae are normal if rare variations of the common hydra. The habits and biologies of the various types of hydrae are similar. They are solitary, semi-intelligent predators that prefer swamps and subterranean lairs. Their multiple heads enable hydrae to hunt efficiently, feeding on a wide variety of swamp species, including birds, snakes, deer, and the occasional orc, human, or other sentient species. Pyrohydrae use their flaming breath to kill prey before consuming it. Some hydrae are said to have a special taste for elf flesh, but the Tun hydrae do not seem to behave in this manner. The chamber he sought lay beyond a sequence of short turns and sloping steps. A round room with 3 alcoves spaced evenly along its walls, each shaped to resemble the mouth of a mine, complete with squared pillars and solid lintels. In the center of the floor rose a circular dais. Upon it stood a pedestal, and upon that pedestal rested a single enormous emerald, cut into many facets. It glowed with a steady green radiance that warmed the stone around it. Circling the gem in slow, tortured arcs drifted several spectral figures. They were thin and ragged, their forms warped, faces obscured. Each one's presence pressed against the mind like cold fingers. Wraiths, but not the ordinary undead sort. Elminster felt the shape of their thoughts as they turned, and recognition clicked into place. These were psionic echoes of Mind Flayer masters who had once commanded the assault on Talhundreth. Their bodies were long gone. Their psychic impressions had been trapped here, bound to the emerald and the stone beneath it. They patrolled the air around the gem, anchored to their charge. The old mage stepped fully into the chamber and raised his staff. Holy light spilled from the carved head, bright and sharp. The daylight he conjured filled the room with a clear radiance that drove shadows hard against the walls. The wraiths shrank from it at once. Undead recoil from such light by nature, but these phantoms twisted away more fiercely than they should have. Their forms jittered, edges fraying as they retreated into the furthest corners of the ceiling, forced there by both divine light and a psychic resonance they could not endure. The path to the emerald lay clear. Elminster mounted the dais and laid his hand on the great gem. Warmth and pressure flowed up his arm. A hum spread through his nerves, past bone, into the inner spaces, thought uses for its own work. For an instant, he stood both in the round chamber and somewhere else. A map unfolded before him. It was drawn on a stone wall in firm, confident lines, a design that the gem now carried and projected into his mind. At its center stood an obelisk, tall and whole, composed of 7 marked segments. Around it, 3 stylized mind flayers stood in a ring, hands raised toward the stone. Above them, a line of script named the place of their ritual, Ilithanok, an underground stronghold deep beneath Phandalin. From the mind flayers, 3 wavy lines rose upward, curving through layers of rock to a sketched outline of Phandalin far above. The lines spread out and touched tiny figures drawn in the town's streets and houses. Each figure, touched by that psychic rain, began to change. Tentacles sprouted, heads elongated. The little ink marks transformed from human silhouettes into mind flayers. Beside the drawings ran columns of numbers and arcane symbols. The map's creators had turned their scheme into a calculation. Variables marked phases of the rite, strength of the obelisk's charge, resistance in the mortal population. Outcomes were written in simple dwarven and illithid notation. 3 in 10 changed, in one set of conditions, 4 in 10, up to 7 in 10, if every requirement was met and the obelisk reached full power. Those who did not transform were marked differently, struck through, annotated with a single, grim note. The ritual killed them, slowly, painfully. The map did not gloat, it simply recorded. The vision ebbed as the emerald's glow steadied. Elminster stood once more in Talhundreth's central chamber, hands still resting on the gem, starflight driving the spectral echoes back into their corners. He now knew more than he had before. The Mind Flayer fanatics beneath Phandalin were not acting blindly. They had a plan, a city beneath the town, a name for it, and a ritual calibrated with cold precision. The Shattered Obelisk's shards were being drawn toward Ilithinok. When that work was done, and the far realm godlet's power finally flowed through a reassembled stone, Phandalin's people would stand beneath the wavy lines on that map, some remade as mind flayers, the rest dying in the attempt. Mistra had given him 6 months of delay on the obelisk. The Dreamwalkers would work in their own sphere. His part in the waking world had just sharpened into clearer focus. He lifted his hand from the emerald. The wraiths hissed faintly in the far corners, cowed by the lingering light. The psychic strain in the corridors pulsed once more around him, then settled. Talhundreth had yielded its buried secret. Elminster turned away from the dais, retraced his path through crypt and hall, past drowsing hydra and chattering water weird, past the silent chapel where a Medusa pondered empty sockets, and out through Dumathoin's carved doors into the late day light. The next steps led back to Phandalin. Somewhere beneath its streets lay the first pathways down to Ilithinok, and with them, the next chance to break the pattern he had just seen etched so clearly. 7 shards, 3 mind flayers, 1 town balanced between the life it knew and a future written in Illithid script. He set his staff on the path and started back upon the broken road to Phandalin. Chapter 5. Ilithinok. Elminster felt a chime in the weave. Phandalin was wrong. He knew it the moment his boots touched the first cobbles. The town still wore its familiar shapes: crooked chimneys, muddied lanes, the lazy drift of chimney smoke. But the weave above it had picked up a discordant hum, as if someone had slipped a cracked string into a well-tuned harp. Ahead, in front of the Shrine of Luck, 3 figures struggled in the dust. Sister Garael, hair wild, eyes unfocused, swung her holy symbol like a cudgel at Guildmaster Halia Thornton. Halia snapped back with bare hands and bared teeth, her calm merchant's mask torn away. Ander, the young clerk from Barthen's Provisions, clung to both of them, fingers clawing, lips moving in frantic whispers that never quite became words. A dwarf ran up to Elminster, gasping for breath, beard bristling with panic. "Master Elminster," he blurted. "They're unwell. Garael, Halia, Ander. This isn't a common brawl." All 3 spent time near those cursed shards. Garael at the shrine, Ander down the general store's well, Halia in that guild hall all day. He swallowed, eyes darting toward the sleeping giant. And there was a 4th stone in Grista's bar. Wheel of Fortune worked right beside it every day. "Could you come with us to the sleeping giant, see if the tiefling's still herself?" Elsewhere in the town, Gwyn, the earnest young mage who had been helping keep an eye on the obelisk fragments, had already been whispering her suspicions. The sinkhole under the sleeping giant did more than swallow spilled ale and unlucky patrons. She believed it broke through into underdark passages that once fed into ancient mind flayer ways. The strange pressure Wheel of Fortune felt pulsing under the floor, Gwyn thought, might be the call of an elder brain, the psychic heart of a mind flayer stronghold. Elminster took in the scene in front of the shrine in a glance. Garael's lips moved around fragments of prayers and something harsher. Hallier's pupils had gone a little too wide. Ander's fingernails had begun to darken at the tips, like claws, only half declared. The three were being dragged back now by neighbours with ropes and blankets, their struggle subdued, but far from over. "This is the beginning of it," the old mage said softly. "The lines from Ilithanok have brushed the town." He laid a steadying hand on the dwarf's shoulder. "Aye, take me to the sleeping giant." The sinkhole yawned in what had once been the common room floor of the sleeping giant. Tables and broken chairs had been dragged aside, leaving a ragged black circle gaping where drunkards once sprawled. The air that sighed up from below was cold and damp, carrying an old stone smell and a faint copper tang. Wheel of Fortune, the tiefling, was alive. That much Elminster confirmed with a quick spell and a brief meeting of eyes. She stood back from the hole, arms folded tight, tail twitching in short, nervous flicks. The space near her right horn had begun to sprout a faint, pale ridge, like bone, thinking about becoming something else. The dreams are worse, as her eyes rolled back. Voices, like a crowd just outside a door. "We'll see about shutting it," Elminster said. He descended first, easing down on a rope ladder into shadow. The walls were rough-hewn and old, water-stained in places, carved by hands that cared more about tunnels than comfort. The light of his staff spilled outward in a steady glow. The sinkhole emptied into a broad, low tunnel of great age. Dust and dropped stones lay everywhere, but there were fresher marks as well. Goblin footprints, small and splayed, human bootprints, deeper and more careful. The prints wandered and overlapped for the first few hundred feet, showing comings and goings over weeks. Eventually, the side scraps of traffic fell away, leaving one clear route. The main passage, sloping down, leading straight into the Underdark's waiting dark. Elminster followed it. The stone pressed close for a time, then opened into a slightly wider stretch. There, something darted away at the edge of his light and hid behind a fallen block. He raised his staff, prepared for a skittering, toothy ambush. What peered back at him was leather-bound. A book, stout, thick, bound in dark hide, sprouted two small, stubby legs from its lower edge. It shuffled backwards a step, then froze, as if realizing escape was pointless. A brass plate on its front cover bore the words, Thorgran Ironquill, Historian. Elminster blinked once. "A walking journal," he said. "Thorgran, you always did like to stay close to your work." The book snapped itself open, pages riffling until they settled near the middle. Lines of neat dwarven script glowed faintly, ready to be read. Through old enchantments, the journal's recorded knowledge unfurled. Ilithanok was originally a stronghold of the Mind Flayer Empire that rose to prominence across the Underdark and fell into obscurity centuries ago. The stronghold languished in disrepair when all but a few weakened Mind Flayers abandoned it. The Mind Flayers that remained continued their service to Ilithanok's Elder Brain, but the Elder Brain became obsessed with recovering their lost grandeur, and many Mind Flayers transformed themselves into tormented monsters called Nothics. The few Mind Flayers able to maintain their wits and their focus have lacked the ability to seize the might of the old Mind Flayer Empire until recently. The three most ruthless, domineering and cunning Mind Flayers in Ilithanok spent their early lives scheming against one another. A few decades ago, they each realized the potential in working together and swiftly dominated Ilithinok's other mind flayers. Once they became masters of the stronghold, these three mind flayers engaged in increasingly bizarre and esoteric rituals with the weakened elder brain. The three mind flayers eventually heard a strange psychic call from a far realm godlet called Ilvash, the dissonant psyche. Singing a siren song made up of profane and alien whispers, Ilvash invited the three mind flayers to join the godlet's psyche, much like mind flayers normally join a hive mind, and leave behind any reliance on Ilithinok's diseased elder brain. Ilvash also promised the three mind flayers vast power, but only if they would carry Ilvash's worship into their world. The mind flayer fanatics agreed, embracing their new far realm godlet, and in turn adopting new personalities that set them apart from their ilk. The fanatics' plan hinges on the transformation ritual, as it promises to provide the beginnings of a new mind flayer empire on the surface, one that will spread Ilvash's influence and crush any creatures who would resist. The journal's script dimmed, its legs twitched, then stilled, waiting for the next question. Elminster closed the covers gently. "You've done well, Master Ironquill," he murmured to the book. "Rest there a while." He set it by a protruding stone and continued down the tunnel. The passage widened by slow degrees. A sickly green light began to leak along the floor from ahead, seeping between flagstones and casting long, warped shadows. The air grew damp and faintly sour. At last, the tunnel ended at an immense pair of doors. Their stone was slick, with a mucus sheen that caught the light in unhealthy glimmers. From the seam between them spilled an eerie green radiance, as though something just beyond pulsed and breathed. Elminster laid his palm against the stone. A whisper of psychic static slid along his skin. "Time to knock," he said to himself, and pushed. The doors swung inward with a wet scrape, revealing Ilithinok. The first chamber beyond was a reception hall built on a scale meant to impress and unsettle. Its eastern end rose into a high, shadowed alcove where an enormous statue loomed. A massive mind flayer carved from greenish stone, arms outstretched, a brain cradled in each hand. Viscous green slime coated the brains, dripping in slow threads down onto the floor where it pooled in a glistening, reeking puddle. Flowing designs writhed along the walls, curves and knots that evoked veins and neural paths. The patterns tried to drag the eye inward, toward hidden centers. Lounging against the southern wall were two living mind flayers. Their robes hung in soft folds, and their tentacles stirred occasionally in idle, almost conversational gestures. Their gazes had the bored stillness of guards who had seen centuries pass in the same hall. They turned their heads as Elminster stepped through the doors. One spoke, voice sliding directly into his mind with practiced ease. "Have you come to worship Ilvash, who bleeds from the far realm?" Its tentacles flexed once, tasting the air. "Have you brought the Obelisk's pieces to the three?" Elminster inclined his head slightly, cloak falling around him in old, familiar folds. "I have come bearing a message for your masters, one they will want to hear before they set their hands on the seventh shard." The second mind flayer examined him with a long, silent scrutiny. Its attention brushed at his thoughts and withdrew without pressing. The first made a faint gesture with one hand. Their interest faded. They returned their attention to the statue's dripping brains, as if guarding a single door in a dying empire were the most natural fate in the multiverse. Ilithinok's library lay along a curving corridor that hummed with quiet resonance. The chamber itself was circular, its walls lined with rounded shelves. Dozens of crystals rested in neat rows along them, long, short, faceted, smooth. Each carried a faint inner gleam, their colors ranging from pale blue to deep violet, from milky white to lurid pink. This was knowledge in illithid form, thought records, memories, scenes worth preserving, held within crystal instead of the usual ink. Elminster reached out and took one at random, a slender violet shard. It warmed in his hand. A scene unfurled in his mind. A mind flayer stood at the edge of a vast stone pool filled with a pink, quivering, gelatinous mass. In its hands, it held a severed humanoid head by the hair, tentacles twitching in eagerness. Two other illithids watched, their features indistinct, their attention keen. The lead mind flayer chanted in deep speech, syllables twisting around concepts no mortal throat was meant to hold. The pool trembled, rose in small heaves, then subsided. Behind the trio, a jagged portal tore itself open in the air. For a heartbeat, shapes moved beyond it, too alien to place. Then it snapped shut again. Frustration crackled in the recording mind's thought. "We will try again," came the psychic conclusion. "In Ilvash's name, we will keep trying." The crystal cooled and dimmed. Elminster set it back and took another. This one, a smoky grey. A different scene burned across his sight. A gaunt, shriveled mind flayer knelt on the floor, shoulders hunched, a single huge eye bulging from the center of its face. A failed form, twisted somewhere between illithid and Nothic. Standing over it, a taller mind flayer with tentacles sprouting from the ends of its arms lashed one of those limb tentacles across the wretch's face. Purple blood spattered the floor. Strange pods lined the walls around them, each half translucent, each holding a slumped shape within. The air thrummed with low, dreadful power. "You will obey," the master's thought rang out, cold and inexorable. "Or the far realm shall devour what mind you have left, weakling." The memory snapped away. The crystal fell quiet. Elminster replaced it, gaze flicking across the other crystals, the weight of centuries of domination, experimentation, and now new blasphemies anchored in Ilvash's name. He left the library and moved deeper into the stronghold, contemplating what could have been the cause of the failed experimentations. The next chamber he halted beside was a surgery of horror. Stone slabs lined the walls, each fitted with rusted skull clamps and dark metal restraints. Old stains marred their surfaces. Blood, ichor, fluids that had dried to brittle, flaking crusts in a dozen hues. On one slab, a creature half torn apart still twitched under dissecting tendrils. A mind flayer bent over it, tools and tentacles working with practiced precision. Two hunched assistants flanked the slab, one-eyed, green-skinned creatures with warped limbs and swollen central eyes that tracked every motion. Nothics, their minds long ago broken by eldritch knowledge, a brief aside from one sage of Shadowdale on Nothics. Consumed by their thirst for forbidden knowledge, Nothics are cursed lore-seekers transformed by secrets never meant to be known. The bodies of these former scholars are warped into otherworldly shapes, each with a head dominated by a gigantic, unblinking eye. Nothics remember nothing of their past lives and care only for their endless pursuit of hidden mysteries and uncanny truths. They seek revelations amid the rubble of forgotten ruins, and they use their supernatural sight to pierce magical deceptions, rot the flesh of enemies, and steal the secrets of those who interrupt their investigations. Some Nothics seek to end the curse that warped them into their bizarre forms, but many are unaware of, or uninterested in, their transformation. These aberrant creatures were carried to the plains on drifting pieces of the far realm. Nothics have fragmented intellects strung together by tenuous sanity. Typically controlled by a more powerful master, a Nothic's propensity for random, seemingly insane actions makes it more like an amusing pet than a servitor. Upon the far wall, a rift writhed and shifted. a green and silver wound in the air showing glimpses of narrow stone corridors beyond. Reality there seemed thinner, as if eroded by repeated psychic pressure. Elminster stood in the shadows of the corridor, cloaked in spells, and listened. The Mind Flayer moved its tentacles in deep speech as it worked. Its voice was low, almost a hum, but the cadence pulled at the edges of the weave. Each phrase braided thought and power together, reinforcing the connection to the rift. For an instant, Elminster's sight blurred. The dissection table, the Nothics, even the rift itself fell away. He saw instead a different chamber, vast and dim. 3 Mind Flayers stood around a reassembled obelisk, its 7 shards fused into a single black tower, etched in reality itself. Their tentacles writhed in unison as they poured thought and will into the stone. Far above this scene, the weave itself trembled. Mystra's earlier vision flared in his mind, meeting this new glimpse halfway. Lines of connection snapped into place. The obelisk under Phandalin, the shards in Tal Hundredth, the experiments here, all part of one design. Through that crack in awareness, another sight forced its way in. Phandalin again, but changed. The town's streets lay under a sky slightly darker than it should have been. Houses that Elminster knew by shape and colour now showed faint pulsing veins along their beams, as if the wood had grown new, unnatural circulation. The air shimmered over certain rooftops, like heat haze without heat. Sister Garaeel huddled within her small shrine, clutching at her own skull. Thick cords of flesh had begun to creep along her neck toward her jaw, as if her bones were preparing to stretch. Her prayers came out interwoven with deep speech mutterings about ascendance of the chosen ones and clarity of the aberrant mind. Halia Thornton stood before a cracked mirror, watching pale, hairless ridges push outward along her cheekbones, hands gripping the basin. Ander sat on the floor of his small room, teeth clenched, rocking back and forth in a fit of madness. Around them, other townsfolk drifted through their days with eyes unfocused. Some babbled in deep speech when distracted, unaware of the sounds leaving their mouths. Others had sprouted extra eyes on arms, shoulders, even palms, fingers elongated, teeth shifted in subtle ways. A few walked with a faint, unsteady grace, as if controlled by an unseen eye, or tentacle in this case. The transformation had only begun, but it had begun in earnest. The vision receded, and Elminster found himself again in the corridor outside the surgery, breath steady, with his staff firm in his grip. The rift still pulsed. The Mind Flayer still worked, its assistants blinking and scribbling, unaware that one more thread had just knitted itself into the Archmage's understanding. Ilithanok was further along than he had hoped. The ritual had been set in motion from both ends, beneath the town and within the stronghold. He turned away, deeper into the complex. At the end of another twisting passage lay a smaller chamber, its walls more cramped and intimate. A shallow alcove cut into the north wall stood empty, bare stone within. Around its edge, faintly glowing runes formed a ring. Their light flickered and thinned, as though the magic that powered them had been overtaxed and was ebbing. Against the west wall sat a table crowded with jars and bowls, each filled with powders, crystals, slivers of strange chitin, and other components. The east wall had been turned into a chaotic slate. Lines, sigils, circles, and formulae crammed every inch of its surface. Equations intersected diagrams. Annotated notes cut across older symbols at sharp angles. The overlapping analysis rendered the whole nearly illegible, even to a mind as trained as Elminster's. One section stood clearer than the rest. There, a sketch had been drawn of this very room, showing the rune-ringed alcove as a central node connected by angular lines to 3 larger sigils etched nearby. One sigil bristled with stylized tentacles. The second was ringed with jagged, wart-like bumps. The third had been reduced to a tight, looping scribble that evoked a maze glimpsed from above. Above these three, in a scrawled hand that pressed hard enough to groove the stone, someone had written, "Go we three beyond a lightless star." Reality thinned. Space, where the back of the alcove had been collapsed inward, becoming a swirling plain of black-green depth. Faint stars glimmered in that darkness, wrong stars, arranged in patterns no charted sky owned. Something vast, unseen, turned its slow attention toward the opening. Like a creature considering a door it had always known would eventually be opened. Beyond a lightless star, is it? Well then, let's see what vile aspects of the far realm you have bleeding into our world. Chapter 6. The Far Realm. Also called outside, the far realm is a plane, or perhaps a space beyond the planes, that is terrifyingly remote from the standard planar geometry. The entities that abide in the far realm are too inchoate, too different, and too alien for a normal mind to accept without being damaged. Where stray illuminations from the far realm leak onto another plane, matter stirs at the beckoning of inexplicable urges before burning to ash. But in the far realm, titanic creatures swim through nothingness, preoccupied with madness. Unspeakable things whisper awful truths to those who dare listen. For mortals, knowledge of the far realm is a triumph of mind over the rude boundaries of matter, space, and eventually sanity. The far realm is divided into an unknown number of layers. Each layer is only slightly out of phase with the next, and passing between layers requires only a thought. It's possible to stand on one layer and see dozens of others, all overlapping yet somehow distinct. There were previously no known portals to the far realm, or at least none that were still viable. Ancient elves once pierced the boundary of eons with a vast portal to the far realm, but their civilization imploded in bloody terror, and the portal's location is long forgotten. But other portals might exist. Other methods of reaching the far realm include traveling to time's beginning or end, or finding the true dream heart past the portal of sleep. Luckily for the material plane, entities of the far realm have just as difficult a time finding passage out of their home plane, though rare spells allow them to be summoned. The far realm is composed of infinite layers, but unlike many outer planes, the layers are thin. A far realm layer can range from an inch to a mile thick, though on average, each layer is separated from the other by about 10 feet. Travelers can see through many layers simultaneously, as if holding a stack of translucent parchment up to the light. Usually up to 20 layers can be seen to one side or the other, though each layer is blurrier than the next. Features and creatures of the far realm are multidimensional and may exist on more than one layer simultaneously. If the layers of the far realm are like a stack of translucent parchment, multi-layer creatures are like a single dot marked upon each parchment. Individually, the marks appear meaningless, but viewed through the stack of parchment, they coalesce into a three-dimensional object. Such is the existence of everything from the tentacled vegetation that writhes throughout the far realm, to the massive, drifting entities whose existence is too vast to even notice visitors who only occupy a single layer at a time. Visitors whose minds do not snap upon entering the plane apprehend the translucent layers fading away to either side, pierced with free-floating rivers of milk-white liquid that sometimes run along a layer's edge for a few feet before plunging into the next. Rains of blue globes descend from unseen heights. The globes burst when they strike another object, releasing ticks the size of horses that scuttle off in search of blood. Gelatinous worms wriggle from layer to layer, wending through tentacled vegetation, encrusted with orange moss, all suspended above an amoebic sea. Vast multi-layered shapes drift at the edge of sight through the layers, blurrily reminiscent of creatures from the deepest trenches of material plane seas. But each of the blurry forms is as large as a city, and those are the small shapes. Elminster pushed on as he whispered to himself softly. This part of the far realm belonged to Ilvash. A subtle shift in the layers transmogrified before his eyes as the translucent sheets around Elminster tightened and folded, the milky rivers bending toward a particular region where the structure of the plane thickened. Vegetation, worms, and drifting forms all curved inward around a single multi-layered mass. As he focused, the shape resolved. A titanic brain stretched across the void, its ridges, folds, and hollow spaces forming a labyrinth of living passages. From the outside, it might have looked inert, just another drifting horror among many. Nay, this was Ilvash's, a realm pushed away from time and space, with no link that could have been easily grasped. Elminster stepped toward it, and the layers parted. He found himself in a tunnel that pulsed gently, walls slick and grey-pink, ridged like the surface of a colossal mind. The briny maze. Here, cerebral fluid pooled in hollows and channels. Passages swooped left and right in organic curves, branching and looping back on themselves. Over ages, foes of Ilvash had forced a way into this place. Would-be assassins, thieves of forbidden lore, zealots of rival powers. They had reached the maze, bled themselves dry against it, and vanished. Its spongy walls swallowed the defeated. Bodies and memories alike sank into the tissue until it became impossible to say how much of the structure was original flesh and how much was layered intruder. Even Ilvash, the stories claimed, could no longer count its dead from its living matter. Elminster moved with care. He had to. Danger crept in through every aspect. Care was simply not a luxury he could afford. Ahead, a broad tunnel opened into a bulbous chamber. 5 human corpses slumped against the curving wall, their bodies half merged with the substance around them. Flesh, bone, and brain tissue had melded with the maze until only their upper torsos and heads remained free. Each face bore a frozen scream. Previous wizards who came here a few months ago to steal secrets from the far realm deity. The tunnel dipped abruptly, ending in a shaft filled with murky, viscous fluid. Dim green light welled up from below. Elminster, noting the layout and the ridges in the walls, suggested to him there was only one path. Down. The Archmage tightened his wards against mental intrusion, drew a breath that was more habit than necessity under his current protections, and stepped into the briny maze's deeper throat. The fluid closed over his head. It pressed on every side, thicker than water, full of drifting threads of nerve-like matter and clouds of blood. Strange lumps of flesh tumbled past, organs without bodies, pulsing faintly as they sank. They did not touch him. Something in his wards and aura made them shy away. He let himself sink. Somewhere below lay the opening into the endless void, the direct heart of Ilvash's realm. The shaft disgorged him into a vaulted chamber, whose walls glistened with mucus and shone with a greasy sheen. The smell was thick and rancid, clinging even through his protective spells. There was no door out, only a pitted hole in the ceiling, where the briny fluid trickled away in a slow rain. 2 metal rods jutted from the wall. Between them, a faint shimmer suggested a once functional planar anchor, now its function lost. Beneath that failed device, a young amethyst dragon coiled on the slick floor, scales glowing faintly, violet under the unpleasant light. Beside him stood a human mage with lines of exhaustion under sharp eyes, hands resting on an arcane focus that had seen better days. They turned as Elminster stepped clear of the dripping shaft. Another one, the dragon rumbled, voice echoing faintly in the domed chamber. If you have come to praise Ilvash, You will find no quarter within this place mortal. If I had come to praise Ilvash, Elminster said, brushing muck from his sleeve, Mistra would have struck me bald and sent me back to start over. You'd find my hat at least. Gossa gave a tired pause and a faint chuckle. You're from outside this realm. I mean, that is clearly obvious to my eyes. But how did you manage it, to gain access to this realm? She said. The way your wards sit in the air. You aren't theirs, clear as the mortal's moonlight. Quite so, Elminster replied. Elminster of Shadowdale, at your service. I'm here to ruin a godlet's afternoon and buy a town sometime. Between them and him lay a story. That was told it in haste. An errant planeshift scroll had hurled the dragon and his mage companion into Ilva Ash's domain when they had meant to flee a lesser crisis. They'd survived by sheltering in this forgotten sump beneath a storage nodule. From here, they launched careful raids into the maze, striking at Ilvash's minions and retreating before the realm turned their courage into food. They spoke of the briny pool, a deeper chamber where a vast predator swam, a purple worm reshaped by the far realm. It guarded the route to a point the two had come to call the Endless Void, the central emptiness where Ilvash's greatest works hung in thought. We've seen the light from it. The maze nudges us away whenever we get close. It knows something is important there. We mean to get past the worm, Loanizzle growled. To reach that place of void and end whatever ritual the mind flayers are conducting. We have tried, but the beast, it knows our scent now. Elminster listened, then reached into the pocket of nowhere at his belt and drew out the small, unremarkable satchel Mistra had given him. From it, he took the device. A lump of dull, grey, faintly luminescent material, viscous and quivering in his palm, like thickened time. Once, it had been a ring that stopped moments outright. Now the power lay spread and sticky, ready to cling to whatever it touched and slow time to but a crawl. I cannot end the ritual alone, he said. Ilvash has seen to that, and the weave of this place works against it. What I can do is this. He explained, briefly, the vision he had seen. A handful of adventurers walking the plane of dreams, drawn toward the same knot of trouble from another angle. Mistra had shown him their path in the way only gods could. Their part would be to break the ritual entirely. His task was simpler. Delay is my only option with the time given to me. If I affix this to the obelisk while the three mind flayers pour their will into it, he said, raising the slow time lump. The workings will drag. Their thoughts will stretch. The right will hold them captive, instead of the other way around. On the material, months might pass before the next heartbeat of their design escapes the bubble that myself and my lady toiled in earnest to achieve. Loanizzle's crest ridges flared. You attempt to buy time, he said, for others to strike at the heart of the ritual. I, Elminster said, for that town above, and for any fools brave enough to follow strange dreams and stranger futures. Gossa's mouth tightened, then broke into a grim smile. Then we help you reach the bottom of that pool. They clasped the agreement with nods and a flick of the dragon's tail. The briny pool chamber lay deeper still. Most of it was taken up by a circular basin, some 60 feet across, its edges blending into the maze's organic walls. Murky liquid filled it, glowing faintly green from depths no eye could easily measure. Two tapered rods jutted from the wall nearby. Similar in make to those in the smaller chamber, their purpose twisted long ago. The surface heaved in slow swells. Clouds of blood drifted, joined by lumps of meat and cartilage that turned lazily in the fluid. Elminster's wards told him they were harmless, yet they obscured the motion below. A brief aside on amethyst dragons, very quickly. Amethyst dragons, the mightiest of the gem dragons, study and psionically manipulate the fundamental principles of the multiverse, from the force of gravity to the emanations of the outer planes. Their innate psionics give them a measure of control over how physical laws affect them. They defy gravity with flight that doesn't rely solely upon their great wings, and gravitational force empowers both their devastating breath weapon and the exploding amethyst crystals they spit at their foes. Now back to the tale. Something enormous shifted beneath them. On my mark! Crouching by the edge. Gossa's hands were already moving through the first shapes of a spell, her eyes burning with cold focus. The dragon launched himself into the pool in a blur of violet scales and claws, blinking quickly around the battlefield, with but a thought. The maze trembled in answer. From the depths, an immense shape surged up, a purple worm swollen and warped, its tough, fibrous polysaccharide pocked with eyes that opened and closed at random. Its huge mouth yawned along its length, most of it ringed with teeth, others with writhing tendrils, a manipulation of the briny pool. Gossa's magic lashed it with lances of force. Lowenizl tore at its side with tooth and claw, amethyst breath crackling in shattering bursts of psychic resonance, a gravitational blast pushing through with sheer force. The worm writhed, lunging for them. Elminster let the chaos bloom, then slipped into the pool. He sank. Above, dragon and worm clashed in a storm of motion. The light below grew brighter and sharper, coalescing around the pool's bottom. It lay covered in thick, hair-like tendrils, waving slowly like grotesque seaweed. At their center, barely wide enough to notice, shone a point of pure darkness, a presence of somewhere else, a tiny starless wound rimmed with a silvery sheen. Elminster brushed the tendrils aside with layered wards, reached out and touched the pinprick. Time inverted, space folded. For an instant, he was a single ink dot on a great stack of translucent parchment, spread across many layers at once. Then he was elsewhere. The endless void of Ilvash yawned around him. There was no up or down here, only vast emptiness. Gravity slid away to a low, lazy pull, just strong enough to keep his body near whatever he chose to regard as the ground for the moment. Around him drifted enormous nodules, hard, fleshy islands the size of keeps and towers, turning slowly in the dark. They glowed faintly from within, pulsing to a beat that did not match any heart he had ever heard. Filaments bridged some of them, thin as thoughts, thick as towers when approached. He pushed off one nodule and drifted toward the nearest island of meaning. A toppled statue lay half sunk into its surface. It depicted a mind flayer in flowing robes, one hand raised in benediction, the other resting on its chest. Its head had been forced deep into the nodule's flesh, leaving only its shoulders and torso visible. The base, twisted and bent, where one stone foot still clung to it, bore a single adornment. A 4-foot-wide human grin. Teeth even, mouth empty, no face around it. Just a curve of carved lips and enamel, where a plaque might have been. Ablinash. Elminster recognized the name from Thorgrim's notes, and the grin matched the tale. A zealot of Ilsenstein once, who had turned from that god to worship the discarded divine meninges that would become Ilvash. Its mutation, a human mouth beneath tentacles meant for feeding, had shaped its obsession. It had loved chewing what it should have swallowed whole. It had decided the membranes of the brain were the highest delicacy and the most sacred part of thought. The first follower, cast down and half swallowed by the godlet it had helped raise. The old mage floated past the statue, eyes narrowing as he caught the glimmer ahead. A network of pulsing green light spread through the layers before him. As he drifted closer, the structure resolved into a vast chamber framed by stone arches that reached overhead like petrified tentacles. The arches anchored themselves to a circular dais of dark material that seemed to cheat depth. Upon that dais stood the obelisk. Whole now, its 7 segments fused together, seams of bright green energy lacing its edges. The black stone drank in light and thought both. At its base, lines of power stretched downward into a mist-filled pit, and within that mist flickered warped images of Phandalin. Houses twisted at odd angles, streets buckled. For an instant, familiar buildings rose: the Stonehill Inn, Barthen's Provisions, the Shrine of Luck. Then they distorted, melting into grotesque parodies. Each time they appeared, distant cries echoed up from the pit, voices he knew, the despairing shouts of townsfolk caught in the first waves of transformation. Between obelisk and pit stood 3 mind flayers. They wore no armor or finery, only robes that shimmered with phase-shifted patterns. Their tentacles writhed in precise, constant motion as they poured their combined will into the stone. Around their feet, runes blazed and dimmed in rhythm with an inaudible chant. The 3. Their attention snapped to Elminster the moment his boots touched the dais. The air around him tore with psionic force. Thought lances stabbed for his mind, trying to skewer memory, unravel spells, dissolve identity. He met the first wave with wards woven in calmer days, sigils of Mystra flaring along his skin and staff. The assault splintered into a storm of shards. He answered in kind. Bolts of raw arcane power flared from his hands. Threads of silver fire lashed toward the nearest mind flayer. One turned them aside with a lazy twist of a tentacle. Another folded the space they passed through, sending them ripping into a distant nodule instead. The far realm itself leaned into the battle, pushing at the edges of possibility. Spells that would have been simple elsewhere warped here. Fire wanted to turn into sound. Force tried to become color. Elminster adjusted with each casting, harnessing the mutability instead of fighting it, turning wild surges into feints and flourishes. For a time, the dais shattered under invisible collisions. Above, the arches of stone groaned. Below, the images of Phandalin flickered more violently as the ritual's lines tangled. He did not try to crush all 3. He needed only a moment. He let one attack glance off his defenses and stagger him backward, cloak swirling. Another mind blast chased him, tearing a groove through the dais. He fell, rolled, and came up nearer the obelisk, one hand slipping into his satchel as if clutching for balance. The grey, viscous mass of his time dilation device clung to his palm. Mystra, he breathed, so only the weave could hear. Now! He hurled himself forward, letting their next combined mental strike send him flying. The impact drove him straight into the obelisk's base. As he struck, he slapped the slow time substance against the stone. It stuck as time stuttered, then froze. The seams of green energy shuddered, their steady pulse turning jagged. The weave around the obelisk thickened, as if someone had poured invisible syrup into it. The ritual's flow dragged. The 3 illithids turned toward him in unison, thoughts drawing breath for a final shattering blast. Then their movements slowed. Tentacles that had writhed akin to a nest of snakes now froze in place. Their eyes turned by fractions. Their next coordinated strike took shape 1 heartbeat at a time, each fragment stretching into a long, reluctant moment. The device did not stop time. In this realm, such neat tricks frayed at the edges. It stretched it. Every second within the bubble became an argument between present and future. To you, Elminster whispered, backing away as the field expanded. This may feel like a step. To them, he nodded toward the misted pit where Phandalin's shadows twisted. It will be months. The green seams along the obelisk flickered, struggling against the drag. Ritual power still flowed, but each drop took an age to fall. From somewhere in the formless dark beyond the arches, a voice pressed into the chamber. A pressure on every thought within the sage's mind. an insinuation that arrived in whatever language each mind least wanted to hear. "You have stampeded through my realm like a surgeon with a hatchet," Ilvash intoned. "This changes little. My influence touches your world already. If I am thwarted now, I will press again. Whether you reckon it in days or decades, it will not matter. It is inevitable." The last word bent wrong, a deliberate fracture in meaning. Elminster's eyebrow twitched. "Hope is inevitable too, ye overgrown tumour," he said under his breath. He did not linger. The bubble would hold as well as anything could in a place built to sneer at consistency, but even slowed thoughts might eventually find a crack. The road back lay along a weave thread he had kept taut behind him. The path through the pinprick at the bottom of the pool, through the maze, through Ilithanok's gate. He stepped backward off the dais, hands weaving a recall. The endless void folded. The briny maze's pulses throbbed once around him. The sensation of being submerged returned, then dropped away. The rune chamber of Ilithanok snapped back into being, its fading sigils flaring in brief protest as he reappeared within them. Stone under his boots again. Air he knew how to name in his lungs. The material plane waited only a step away along the tunnel back toward Phandalin. The three were trapped in a stretched moment around their own ritual. The Obelisk's power crawled instead of rushed. The town above, already trembling on the brink, now had precious time for other hands to move. Elminster set his staff, felt the weave around him, and started for the surface. His work here was not an ending. It was the space in which another story could reach its turning point in history's annals. Chapter 7. Epilogue. Months slipped by over the Sword Coast, and the hum beneath Phandalin quieted until only the most sensitive could feel it. The wrong note in the weave faded to a faint echo, buried under the daily rhythm of hammers, wagon wheels. Whatever line had once run straight down from Ilvash's realm to the Shattered Obelisk and the Elder Brain's pool was frayed now, hanging in loose strands. The townsfolk did not mark the day their doom ended. They spoke of it all as a bad spell of luck. They told themselves the nightmares would pass, and mostly they did. Sister Garael's prayers grew fiercer. Now and then, when she thought no one watched, she pressed fingers to her temples, as if listening for something between her thoughts. Halia's smile became more careful. She weighed every bargain several times over and gave the obelisk shards that had been taken away a wider absence than they deserved. Ander still startled when a dropped pot hit stone, for an instant expecting the voice to answer in deep speech. Above and below, other hands finished what Elminster had bought time for. Dreamwalkers, half aware of the old mage's shadow in their visions, found their way through the plane of sleep to where the obelisk's pattern could be broken outright. In Ilvash's endless void, the seams of green light finally snapped and guttered as Ilithanok's elder brain shrank deeper into its own mire. On an afternoon washed in soft autumn light, a familiar cart creaked down the rutted track toward Phandalin. The cart rolled in along the main street, past the patch sinkhole, where the sleeping giant's owners had finally given up on that part of the floor and turned it into a raised platform. Past Barthen's provisions, where Ander now kept his ledger in very neat, very mundane columns. Past the Shrine of Luck, its goddess honoured with new offerings and fewer desperate bargains in fear. Elminster stepped down from the cart, patted the mule with an absent hand, and made his way inside. The common room welcomed him with warmth and low conversation. Locals hunched over mugs, arguing about prices and weather and whose turn it was to mend the fence along the eastern field. A few heads turned as the old mage entered, then returned to their own smaller stories. Whatever strangeness had brushed their lives in recent months had not left a clear imprint here. He took the same corner table as before, settled into the chair as if it had been waiting for him, and packed his pipe. The first curl of smoke rose, drawing a faint line through the air. For a time, he simply sat and watched the patrons of the tap house go about their daily lives. Then the door opened again, and a man in a bright, travel-worn coat swept in as though the room were a stage, and he its rightful centerpiece. His hat was just a touch too flamboyant for the town, his boots dusted with the roads of half the north. A satchel bulged at his side with notebooks, maps, and trouble. Volothamp Gedam. Elminster closed his eyes briefly and let out a long, weary sigh. "Ah, Mistra," he muttered under his breath, smoke curling from the corner of his mouth. "Not again. You shouldn't have looked for us. Because now we see you. You let us in. And now you are going to have to let us stay. There is no escape, only the interval before you join the choir of silent minds. We are patient, and the spiral always closes to our design." It was an entreaty they had made so many nights before, and would again, for there was nothing so glorious as when the art stirred in them and surged through them, and their mind and eyes flickered blue-white and alive with power. Candlekeep's gates shone with the sun setting upon the west, breathing out cool salt air from the sea of swords. Lanterns guttered along the way of the lion as two figures in travel-stained cloaks approached the keeper of the portal. The avowed who tended the warded threshold inclined his head at the sealed letters in their hands, then smiled when he saw the names and the seal impressed upon the wax. "Friends of Candlekeep," he said with a quiet relief, "be welcome and pass. Elminster, how are your daughters? I heard there were some rumblings near Shadowdale a 10-day past." Elminster offered a courtly bow. "Thank you for asking Darrell. They are, well, I'll be off to see them after what should be a magnificent debate." His hat then tilted just so, pipe unlit out of respect. "Shadowdale is back to its usual bustling. Lady Maraldrea Hawkguard is doing a fine job. You really should visit sometime." Mordenkainen merely nodded, his eyes already measuring the lattice of abjurations spiderwebbed across Candlekeep's stone and sky. They crossed into the inner ward, beneath inscriptions, to Ogma and Denair, past the fountain, where students whispered citations to their various teachers, and climbed toward a high rotunda of polished oak and emerald-layered walls. 8 chairs waited there, carven, sigil-marked, each with a different hue ghosting its silhouette. A great leather-clad tome lay upon a stand at the center, closed with a clasp shaped like a griffin's tongue. The gallery above held a focused assembly, archmages whose robes were imbued with combinations of protection spells and faint traces of diamond dust caught between the layers, priests of Ogma, Denair, Gond, and Milil, local heralds ink-smudged with fresh blazons, and 2 high heralds, their chains of office glimmering and glistening through the orange hue as the sun continued to set in the west. Elminster and Mordenkainen took the narrow dais behind the gallery, a step higher than the 8 chairs. They neither presided nor hid. They observed as agreed. A bell chimed once, twice, thrice, and the debate began. A circle of 8 chairs faced one another in the center, their legs uneven on the stone floor, worn smooth by time. Between them, the air was heavy with candle smoke and the musty perfume of parchment, a sanctum for arguments as old as the weave itself. From the first chair, a woman, cloaked in umber, rose and touched the air as if feeling for flaws in invisible glass. "Abjuration," she said, her voice calm through the various whispers. Although it's hardly a simple matter to wield the magic that will produce a blast of fire or slay a giant with a word, the highest form of the mage's art lies at the place where magic interacts with magic. To study the school of abjuration is to wield spells that manipulate the fabric of arcane power itself. To abjure was to touch the fabric of power beneath all spells, to shield and sever, to shape the very threads of the weave. The second chair's occupant, a man with salt in his hair and a moon symbol in his ring, smiled. "Conjuration," he countered. "Have you considered the material plane is nothing but a small and unimportant crossroads in the cosmos? All that exists in this physical world is a mere reflection of the iconic truths embodied in the unseen worlds that border it. Should we not seek there, in the infinite beyond, rather than confine ourselves to this dim echo?" To conjure was to master 5 subschools, to summon and bring beings from other planes of existence, to create and manipulate the fundamental elements of matter, to connect to the positive energy plane and the fugue, and finally a mastery of travel over the planar worlds, from the astral to the ethereal. A hush fell, broken only by the faint crackle of a dying candle. Then a young wizard in the third chair rose, her black pupils swallowing the light, a faint radiance haloing her skin. "Divination," she whispered. "History is full of missed opportunities, personal tragedies, and kingdom-shattering defeats that might easily have been averted, but for a single piece of information that could have changed the course of lives and worlds. Knowledge is power, and those who know all hold ultimate power in their hands. To understand divination in its arcane form was to bring back the curtain of forgotten truths, to delve into the mind and dreamscapes, to trace the lattices of the weave through time, and to see truth in the machinations presented by others to foil through deceptive spells." Laughter rose from the fourth chair. "Enchantment," said a soft-voiced elder. "The mind is the ultimate power. Any fool can oppose an enemy by physical means, but to halt a foe through the sheer force of one's will, or to turn a most hateful enemy into a loyal ally, is the purest and most subtly effective manifestation of arcane might. I say we focus on the mind first. To enchant is to magically manipulate and beguile the minds of humanoids and monsters. Some travel down the path of peace and bewitch the violent, while others magically bind the unwilling into their servitude." The fifth chair scraped sharply, and a broad-shouldered wizard stood, robes shimmering faintly with power. "Evocation. The universe is the interplay of impersonal forces, some spiritual, some political, some moral, some elemental, and some whose natures have yet to be revealed. Beneath the surface of the merely physical, fundamental energies form the true nature of all things. To evoke was to embody the elemental forces within the cosmos, from the bitter cold of mountain peaks to the flames of elemental worlds such as the City of Brass, to the crackling lightning and thunder of storm giants and the mixtures of acid from which diabolical plots were often formed. The sixth chair held a woman who seemed to be there one moment, then appeared within the center of the 8 chairs, but a fraction of a moment later. I agree with focusing on the mind. I say we do it within the illusion school. As our first point of call, she said, the universe is all in the mind that perceives it, and sensation is the first and only reality. If a tree falls in the forest with no creature to hear it, then there is no tree. Do you agree, colleagues? To understand the illusion school was to focus on a form of magic that dazzles the senses, befuddles the mind, and tricks even the wisest to a playwright in which the savant is the director. They make the impossible seem real, and sinister practitioners use their illusions to frighten or fool others for their personal gain. Then came the seventh, a gaunt figure whose voice was the rasp of turning pages. "Necromancy," the seventh wizard intoned, and each of the wizards present tilted their chin by a fraction. "Life and death are one, for all living things die in time. Death is not an ending, but a beginning, since one's living days are but a fraction of the eternal existence of death. Life is but a useless distraction to the study and understanding of the long darkness to come. Life and death are the twin faces of eternal existence. To surrender to either one is to resign oneself to obscurity. True power lies in the twilight zone between life and death." The other seven wizards sighed but nodded, with acceptance that all schools were useful to the balance of the weave. Necromancers explore the cosmic forces of life, death, and undeath. They animate the energy that flow from the living and unliving, and bring back souls traveling to the fugue for communication or to be their unwilling servants. They learn to sap the life force from others as the weave slowly destroys their body, and if the necromancer is not careful, their own as well. Not all wizards who utilize this school travel down the path of evil, however. The forces they manipulate are often taboo by many societies. Finally, the eighth chair creaked, and its crimson-sleeved scholar touched an iron acorn at his neck. "Transmutation," he declared. "Like a reflection of the larger processes by which worlds are built and torn down once more, all life is change. Anything that has ceased to change, to grow, to evolve from what it was, ceases to be a part of the world. And the ultimate power is that which manipulates these forces of transmutation. To master transmutation is to understand one key concept. The world is not a fixed object, but eminently mutable, and to change is the only constant to a master in this school. They wield the raw fabric of creation, learning to alter both the physical and mental forms of all things. They are the smiths on the forge of reality. In the wrong hands, they seek the power of the gods to make and destroy worlds. The arguments poured and braided, wards and doors, crossroads and fulcrums, whispers and quills, penning the rapport of each of their colleagues through their revisions and revolutions. The priests of Ogma and Denair annotated with nods. Gondites measured implications in clever machines of the mind. A Malil's minstrel cleric smiled in a quiet, perfect meter. The High Heralds asked few questions to document the lecture and debate for a record in the Grand Library. The bell chimed once more, and the chamber stilled. All gazes fell to the central tome as its clasp slithered open. Elminster twitched one eyebrow. "Ah," he said gently, "here's our evening's mischief. From one Volo, this is why I have gathered you all here." Mordenkainen's shadow leaned forward independently of its owner. "And to continue on today's debate, we look to take you through the 8 schools by Volothamp and Elminster as a first precursor to expanding all our understandings of the weave," he added. The avowed custodian gave a nod, and Elminster stepped down from the dais. He laid 2 fingers on the cover. "Pretentious thing," he said with fond exasperation, "but worth a chat. An initial pamphlet, this," he began, tapping the leather. "Volo's Guide to All Things Magical. Not even I would dare to pen something that purported to be a guide to all things magical. Volo did not even try. What he foisted upon Faerunians, hungry for enough secrets of magic to make them rulers of the realms, was a grab bag full of odds and ends about the arts. Notes about this and that, gossip, and distorted fragments of spells and processes, copied from spell books on the sly, or misremembered from brief glimpses snatched in places, and on occasions when he dared not write anything down. In the interests of reader safety, I was forced to spearhead an exhaustive search for every last copy of his masterpiece of horrors. I think we got them all, and then convince him of the error of his ways. Just about every other mage who had seen the work offered to help in this little task. After due passage of time, I agreed that something called Volo's Guide to All Things Magical. That title, What an Arrogant Long Nose, should become available across Faerun. That is why I discuss it with you here, with 8 of the wisest of the avowed, if only to stop greedy adventurers from getting themselves killed in the defences of every mage's tower between Evermeet and Karatur, in an attempt to gain a copy of the work rumoured yet to survive. Yet, mark ye, it was not going to be the same opus Volo, fondly thought of as his great gift to all seekers after magic. I set to work on the only copy of the text remaining, safely kept up to that point in my library, to expunge the worst of his distortions and just plain errors, in order to keep Faerun from being overrun with uncontrolled elementals and worse summoned extraplanar beasts, to identify just one consideration. And then, of course, a little minor surgery was necessary on what he got right. I really do not think the realms would be better off without any wizards around to keep the beholders, dragons, drow, orc hordes, petty sword-swinging tyrants, insane bane liches, and other evils at bay. And that is what would have happened if Volo's little list of carefully pilfered command words, phrases of activation, true names, and the like had fallen into the hands of the inhabitants of wider Faerun. Some things only the magically enlightened, whether wizards or priests, are meant to know, really. Accordingly, I considered just what delicate deletions to make, and then went out and got a good, sharp meat axe. When a small pile of tattered scraps of parchment were all that remained of Volo's opus, I set to work restating his fumbling prose into understandable terms and chopping the most irresponsible blow-up-all-Toril spells. What emerged is that which ye hold in your hands. A few fragments of useful material about magic. These are only the bones of Volo's colossus, of magical revelation, but at least they are now the right bones to keep the thing standing up. Spells found in other, recently released volumes of Realms lore, by the way, for the most part are not repeated herein unless substantial amplifications or corrections of earlier accounts are also included. With that said, the reader is warned that to act on much of the information in these pages is inherently dangerous and may even earn the dabbler some perilous foes. Moreover, much of the information herein is dangerously wrong. That is why we are here in the halls of Candlekeep, to ponder and scrap the dirt from the tome's inadequacies. For all my work, this tome is still a grab bag of this and that, and not a comprehensive guide at all. That is something that can probably never be written. Only the beings known to us as Mistra and Azuth could possibly encompass the subject, and I can conceive of nothing that would induce them to write a work that lays bare in a few pages what should take mortals a lifetime of careful study and experimentation to learn the paltry beginnings of. Let us go over the 8 schools, wherein each of you will be useful to further developing the tome. Elminster opens the tome, as Mordenkainen raises his eyebrows slightly in an indirect sigh. Those specialist spellcasters tend to be regarded simply as wizards by the world at large, and treated accordingly. A distinction is frequently placed upon all the schools of magic for their acuity in specifically focusing on differing elements of daily and adventuring life. Illusionists, prized for their ability to entertain. Diviners, sought after for the secret information that is their stock in trade. And necromancers, feared for their sinister powers. All schools have their specialty and application when the opportunity arises. Abjurers. Although it's hardly a simple matter to wield the magic that will produce a blast of fire or slay a giant with a word, the highest form of the mage's art lies at the place where magic interacts with magic. To study the school of abjuration is to wield spells that manipulate the fabric of arcane power itself. Abjurers are deliberate, prudent, and thoughtful, possessing an unequaled determination and resolve that allows them to carefully consider all aspects of a problem before devising an efficient and effective response. They generally regard adherents of other schools of magic as reckless and wasteful, and they continuously evolve strategies for defeating other wizards in magic duels, whether such confrontations ever become necessary or not. Whether their lives are given over to adventuring or experimentation, abjurers are always well prepared. The study of abjuration requires a meticulous and deliberate personality that generally favors a lawful alignment. Since abjuration often focuses on limiting the ability of others to do harm, many abjurers are inclined to walk the path of morality on the side of good. At the same time, the ruthless efficiency of abjuration used as a weapon against other spellcasters means that many wizards are drawn to the school by dreams of personal power that quickly override the orderly and benevolent philosophies of their fellows. Though abjurers are often reluctant adventurers, good abjurers sometimes take up the life to undo the evil that magic too often spawns. Good and neutral abjurers tend to position themselves where they can prevent others from victimizing folk who lack the ability to defend themselves. Evil abjurers are often found as lieutenants or elite advisors to sinister overlords, selling their valuable skills to the highest bidder. Abjurers make their homes anywhere, but most prefer smaller towns to large cities. They generally enjoy the trust and good regard of their neighbors, and are sometimes willing to use their power on behalf of others with little thought of compensation or reward. Conjurers. The material plane is nothing but a small and unimportant crossroads in the cosmos. All that exists in this physical world is a mere reflection of the iconic truths embodied in the unseen worlds that border it. Confident, headstrong, and opinionated, conjurers can often seem immodest and unconcerned with the difficulties of others, rarely inclined to think their way around any obstacle that can be more simply hammered down with the right application of summoned power. Because of the great control they wield over many dreadful extraplanar creatures, most conjurers view the other schools of magic with disdain. Illusion and divination are trivial. Transmutation and evocation are inconsequential. Abjuration and enchantment are too weak. And necromancy is repulsive, possibly because of all the schools, it alone can challenge the conjurer's sense of their own power. Conjurers must be strong-willed, decisive, and just a little bit reckless to excel in their chosen field, favoring chaotic alignments and preferring quick and decisive solutions over slower and more deliberate methods of problem-solving. Like necromancers, conjurers stare, unflinching, into the face of dark and powerful forces, and most rarely feel that they can afford the luxury of high, in other words, good, moral standards. As such, conjurers often favor evil and neutral alignments. Conjurers undergo adventures when the prospect of finding easy power and wealth seems to outweigh the risks and effort involved. They can be difficult companions, speaking their minds freely, and having little patience for the opinions of those they consider inferior. It takes a leader of proven worth and unyielding strength to earn a conjurer's respect. In an adventuring group, conjurers prefer action to discussion and tend to view overwhelming and immediate attack as the first step in any successful encounter. Most conjurers prefer to live in isolated frontier or wilderness areas, both because of their lack of interest in associating with those they deem beneath them, which is to say, most people, and as a means to practice the most dangerous aspects of their craft without worrying about the neighbors complaining or being eaten. Aside from magical research, conjurers shun all activities that would normally constitute a career or an occupation, and when funds are low, they simply summon creatures to fetch treasure for them. Diviners. History is full of missed opportunities, personal tragedies, and kingdom-shattering defeats that might easily have been averted but for a single piece of information that could have changed the course of lives and worlds. Knowledge is power, and those who know all hold ultimate power in their hands. Diviners are perhaps the wisest of all wizards. Like abjurers, they are often cautious and deliberate spellcasters, happy to avail themselves of every possible preparation and precaution before embarking on a hazardous course. For the diviner, though, the best of all possible preparations is to choose the course of action that will avoid conflict and peril altogether. While diviners aren't cowards, at least not all of them, few are likely to rush headlong into a fight before every other option has been exhausted. Diviners are students not only of the arcane workings of spells and magical lore, but also of the mechanisms of nature, the arts and sciences, and even human behavior. Few are better judges of character than diviners. In addition to being thoughtful and orderly in their affairs, diviners prize the quality of objectivity. A mind closed to any possibility, however remote or distasteful one may be, is a mind that might be closed to the truth, for the truth is not always simple or pleasant. Diviners are therefore strongly inclined toward neutral alignments and usually favor law over chaos. Good diviners use their powers to anticipate and prevent harm to others. Evil diviners use the knowledge they accumulate for their own gain. Diviners are not predisposed to the adventuring life, and many accept such a career only reluctantly. Still, with their judgment, cunning, and common sense, a diviner makes a valuable addition to most adventuring parties. In combat, though, diviners sometimes hesitate, overly conscious of the consequences of making the wrong choice when life and death are on the line. Diviners are loners at heart and do not make close friends easily. Even those who live in great cities tend to remain aloof and apart from their neighbors, avoiding interactions in the present to better study the past and the future. Although they show little interest in material possessions, diviners often cover their research and living expenses by charging for their services as seers, fortune tellers, and finders of lost objects and people. Enchanters. The mind is the ultimate power. Any fool can oppose an enemy by physical means, but to halt a foe through the sheer force of one's will, or to turn a most hateful enemy into a loyal ally, is the purest and most subtly effective manifestation of arcane might. Charismatic, sensitive, and passionate, enchanters tend to be personable and attractive, enjoying fine arts and good conversation. Even the most black-hearted enchanter can be a mesmerizing individual, confident, self-assured, and holding others in thrall with manner and word even before the first syllables of his charm spell are uttered. Other enchanters are distant and clinical, viewing themselves as coldly rational students of the only subject worth studying, the mind. Enchanters have few predilections in alignment, though their belief that individual will is the strongest force in the multiverse slants them slightly toward chaos over law. Evil enchanters believe that those who lack the ability to overcome or resist the power of the mind deserve to be servants to that power, existing only to be commanded by those with the ability to do so. Good enchanters adopt the viewpoint that bending another being to one's will is rarely right, but is preferable by far to killing. A good enchanter deprives an enemy of his volition only as long as he needs to, and, when such is warranted, often takes pains to return the subject to his normal state, in such a way as to avoid a traitor's punishment at the hands of his comrades or people. Enchanters are commonly the voice of reason in an adventuring party. They view physical combat as a last resort and work hard to devise options and solutions to problems that might otherwise elude their companions. Excellent team players, shrewd negotiators, and superb bargainers, enchanters favor frequenting or living in large towns and cities where they easily find many minds that they can study or manipulate with impunity. Evokers. The universe is the interplay of impersonal forces, some spiritual, some political, some moral, some elemental, and some whose natures have yet to be revealed. Beneath the surface of the merely physical, fundamental energies form the true nature of all things. The school of evocation attracts the most serious-minded, intense, and determined wizards. devoted to the mastery of their craft to the exclusion of almost all else. Notable ascetics in their personal habits, evokers favor Spartan surroundings, simple garb, and plain fare, eschewing clutter and luxury as distractions that deaden one's perceptions of the real world. In personality, evokers are decisive, forthright, and often stubborn. Good evokers perceive evil as an unbalancing force that must be opposed, while neutral or evil evokers tend to be heartless, seeing the trials and ordeals of the world as the superficial results of a larger unseen world at work. Good evokers undertake adventures in response to the currents and forces they perceive in the world, striving to respond when and where evil stirs. Evil evokers, not content to settle for reaction to the universal forces around them, seek to manipulate those forces, altering their ebb and flow through their own actions. Regardless of alignment, evokers are natural leaders, fearless, inspiring, and authoritative. Among wizards, their courage on the battlefield has no equal. Evokers prefer quiet and plain homes, seldom dwelling among large numbers of people. More than a few are hermits, choosing to live in the most rugged and forbidding natural sites. Common people leave evokers alone, fearing their power and the danger their reputation suggests, a reputation that many evokers do little to discourage. Illusionists. The universe is all in the mind that perceives it, and sensation is the first and only reality. If a tree falls in the forest with no creature to hear it, then there is no tree. Illusionists tend to be flamboyant, outgoing, and self-assured, many exhibiting a hedonistic streak that can lead to dark and cruel practices in the pursuit of rare and unusual perceptions. Remarkably creative, illusionists enjoy art, literature, poetry, and music, and many are accomplished artists in their own right. Although their aptitude for scholarly pursuits is as great as that of any other specialist, illusionists spend less time in research than most, forgoing the isolation of the laboratory for the company of people and the constant thrill of manipulating the powers of sensation. Illusionists have sharp minds, but are not particularly deep thinkers. Pragmatic by nature, they accept the impermanence of all things and see only futility in the acts of those who dedicate their lives to the development of all-encompassing philosophies of existence and meaning. Illusionists have no strong alignment tendencies. While good illusionists share their creative impulses for the benefit of others, evil illusionists sometimes take their worldview to dark extremes. The beings around them seem less than real toys and tools to be manipulated or destroyed like any other figment or shadow. An illusionist's forceful personality and sharp mind make them usually adopt a leadership position or right-hand strategist of an adventuring group. Like enchanters, illusionists know that their arts require an audience, and they enjoy the hustle and bustle of urban life, usually maintaining well-furnished homes in large and sophisticated cities. Necromancers. Life and death are one, for all living things die in time. Death is not an ending, but a beginning. Since one's living days are but a fraction of the eternal existence of death, life is but a useless distraction to the study and understanding of the long darkness to come. Brooding, humorless, and withdrawn, necromancers exhibit a fascination with life and death that borders on the obsessive. Though casual acquaintances will often view them as cold and hostile, those who befriend necromancers might come to know them as thoughtful, stoic, and loyal comrades. Most necromancers prefer solitude to companionship though, and even the most trustworthy and valued among them can be prone to black spells of despondency, during which they question the value of life and all things living. Continual exposure to the forces of death and undeath can have a corrupting effect on wizards who have even the slightest inclination toward evil. Consequently, evil necromancers far outnumber good aligned ones. Neutral necromancers are rare, since most necromancers either have a will strong enough to resist the lure of darkness, or they submit eventually to its corruption. Necromancers have little tendency toward either chaos or law. Although a sense of order appeals to their clinical and meticulous nature, most necromancers are all too willing to turn their backs on the accepted norms of society in the pursuit of knowledge and power. Though necromancers are generally ill-suited for leadership, such an arcanist can make a valuable addition to an adventuring group, both for the formidable power he wields and a familiarity with the dark forces of the world that makes him virtually fearless. On the other hand, a necromancer is slow to follow orders simply for their own sake, and one who disagrees with his comrade's strategy might strike out on his own at any time. Necromancers, who are not adventurers, spend most of their time engaged in arcane research and writing, and since they have little need for the company of the living, they usually reside far from civilized regions, establishing homes in ancient castles, deep caverns, or even abandoned crypts. Transmuters. Like a reflection of the larger processes by which worlds are built and torn down once more, all life is change. Anything that has ceased to change, to grow, to evolve from what it was ceases to be a part of the world, and the ultimate power is that which manipulates these forces of transmutation. Wizards drawn to the specialty of transmutation are typically curious, sharp-minded, and deeply analytical, fascinated by the exercise of putting things together and taking them apart again. Transmuters are natural tinkerers, often more interested in objects than in the creatures who create and wield them. With minds attuned more to finding out how things work than to reasoning out why things are as they are, transmuters can be obsessive collectors, excellent scholars, and clear thinkers, but they aren't especially prone to profound philosophical insights. As a result of their focus on change and the forces that drive it, transmuters tend to see moral matters in terms of that change. Neutral and evil transmuters believe that good and evil are relative concepts, dependent on existing conditions and seldom permanent, and so they make little distinction between them. Good transmuters look past the universal constant of change to its effects on life, aspiring to ensure that change happens for the better. Regardless of their moral standing, transmuters favor chaotic alignments, for chaos is the essence of change. Eager to explore the world around them, transmuters are often eager members of adventuring groups, but in the role of loyal follower rather than reluctant leader, since they lack determination and rarely see the value in sticking to an inflexible purpose. The 8 chairs in the rotunda drew nearer by quiet inches until their shadows overlapped. One by one, the mages rose to ascent. Abjurer and evoker, illusionist and diviner, conjurer and enchanter, necromancer and transmuter, each bowed a fraction to the others, as if acknowledging organs of one living body, senses and vein, heart and mind of the art. The clerics of Ogma and Denier noted the moment with neat strokes within the parchment they had been using to record the debate throughout. Elminster touched the tome's clasp. Mordenkainen set an arcane lock on the tome, a warded lattice that made future curiosity safe. "Aye, no school alone suffices," Elminster stated with a smile. "That is all for today. Let's reconvene tomorrow for a lecture on the spells and components of spellcraft from this tome." A high herald sealed the consensus with a simple blazon sketched in air, 8 lines meeting at a single point. They would read further from Volo's Guide to All Things Magical, line by argued line, mirror by framed mirror, until the lanterns dimmed to pearls and the sea of swords asked one final question. What is the weave? Is it an essential element of the universe? Does it run through everything in unseen threads? Is it what makes magic possible? The 8 schools utilize the weave fully and precisely, but rather, the answer may lie in that it is the raw material from which magic is woven, not entirely unlike how a collection of threads is shaped and formed into a garment. Their study of arcana and the 8 schools leads to such a simple end: the ability to say merely yes or no. In a completely sane world, madness is often the only freedom. Many a scribe believes madness and genius are 2 sides to the same coin. Chapter 1. A Puff of Magic. Elminster sat lazily puffing smoke within a chair in the corner of the yawning portal, a famous inn and tavern located near the eastern slope of Mount Waterdeep, which derived its name from a 40-foot diameter well that descended into the first level of Undermountain. Located in the centre of the taproom, the well was once the outer shell of Hallister's mighty tower, which, according to many a tale, was demolished long ago. From his pipe on a chair, Elminster recounted his past conversation with Mystra about the so-called dungeon of the Mad Mage. The goddess of magic, as any would-be scribe, certainly is aware and understands, notes that she cannot see all threads of the material. Some secrets are even beyond her care. In this charge, he had spent countless evenings creating a tome to capture the secrets of the Undermountain and the dungeon of the Mad Mage. The tome, although a magical artifact would be a more correct statement, was laced with a ruby hue during the dawnlight, shifting to a cool grey to parallel the moonlight, a reflection of the lonesome wanderer in the sky. Aye, listen, my fair fellows, Elminster states to a few would-be listeners. Now, to present some history on the Undermountain for the would-be traveller. Where Waterdeep stands today, there once stood Eilintal Dar, the capital city of the ancient elven kingdom of Ilifan. When the elves left, they used a powerful spell to erase all traces of their capital. This spell had the unintended side effect of creating a permanent knot in the weave, the fabric through which all magic is channeled. This knot lies deep underground and isn't something that can be seen, felt, or undone, but it can cause madness to bloom in the minds of mortal beings who dwell near it for too long. The knot permeates Undermountain, and the madness it causes typically manifests as an obsession with the dungeon itself. Those affected by the knot in the weave exhibit a subconscious desire to remain in or near the dungeon. Hallister and several of his apprentices fell prey to this obsession, as did many Malayakan dwarves and Durnan, the proprietor of the yawning portal. Not all creatures that dwell in Undermountain succumb to its madness, and those who do aren't even aware that the dungeon has them in its clutches. Chapter 2. Volo and the First Descent. Elminster, not one to tarry, then spies Volo telling one of his tales in one of the corners of the yawning portal tavern about the Mad Mage known as Hallister Blackcloak. In his usual bombastic nature, many travellers are allured, already poised in their attempts to take the riches of the Undermountain and conquer its so-called 23 levels. More than 1,000 years ago, the wizard Hallister Blackcloak journeyed from a distant land to the base of Mount Waterdeep, perhaps according to the whispered summons of Providence. Some believe he hailed from the nearby forgotten empire known as the Cradlelands. In ages past, humanity spread from the Cradlelands across Faerun, originating from what is now the plains of purple dust. a wasteland birthed out of a conflict with the gods. Others give Halaster less ancient origins, placing him among the early wizards of Netheril, or asserting that he came from a southern nation long since buried by sand and time. Whatever his origin, scholars have recorded that Halaster brought with him 7 apprentices to Mount Waterdeep. With the 7 guarding his back, Halaster tapped into his immense power to summon beings from other planes of existence to help him build a wizard's tower to rival all other wizards' towers. But as the seasons wore on, the 7 saw less and less of their enigmatic master. Halaster continued to use fell creatures from distant planes for tunneling and other construction beneath his tower. And the wizard kept the nature of most of his underground dealings a secret from the 7. Eventually, Halaster's exploration broke into the Underdark, a complex of tunnels and rooms built by the dwarves around a mithril mine beneath Mount Waterdeep. The architects of the Underdark, the Malerkin clan, had long ago been killed or dispersed, and warring Duergar and Drow had settled in the ruins. Halaster began a crusade against both the Drow and the Duergar, participating in wild hunts with extraplanar allies through the tunnels. The stubborn Duergar dug in until the mithril was largely mined out. Then they abandoned the underhalls, leaving the Drow to fight Halaster and his minions alone. The Mad Mage rounded up the remaining Dark Elves, trapping some of their souls for use in his dark magic, while twisting the bodies and enslaving the minds of others. Once he had wrung them dry of their usefulness, Halaster Blackcloak tunneled on, ever downward, indulging his inexplicable compulsion for delving deeper and deeper into the mountain. Using his underground complex as a base of operations, Halaster travelled to other planes and distant lands, collecting strange and dangerous creatures to live as prisoners, servants, or guardians in Undermountain. Visiting other planes deepened the wizard's obsession. Over time, Halaster's preoccupation with Undermountain intensified, his eccentricities, and infused his actions with an unmistakable madness. Over time, the mage's preoccupation with Undermountain electrified his eccentricities and infused him with an air of unconcealable madness. Halaster's apprentices came and went. Some left only to return, inexplicably drawn down into Undermountain's depths. Others remained by his side. As they began dedicating more attention to their private obsessions, madness settled into their souls as well. During the years Halaster quested on other planes and sequestered himself in his tunnels, his magnificent tower and its surrounding walls fell into ruin. In time, the city now known as Waterdeep developed in the shadow of Mount Waterdeep and spread down to the harbour. As the city sprawled outward over the years, it came to surround the ruins of Halaster's home. Undermountain was known to those early settlers, and they often sent criminals into its endless depths as punishment. So, it was for many years until an intrepid adventurer named Durnan delved into the labyrinth beneath the tower and returned alive, laden with riches and countless harrowing tales. Durnan used his new fortune to demolish the remnants of Halaster's tower and built an inn over the well he had used to descend into Undermountain, and called it the Yawning Portal. Durnan owns and operates the inn and tavern to this day, serving patrons and inviting the brave and foolish alike to test their mettle in the dungeon of the Mad Mage. Chapter 3. Elminster's Charge and the Dungeon Level. Elminster rose at last, after listening to Volo's embroidered account for slightly too long, tipped 2 fingers to his brow, and gave Durnan a conspirator's wink. As one of Mistress Chosen, he trusted the weave to cradle his steps, though trust and caution were old friends. He stepped onto the lift over the gaping orifice, the winch creaking as Durnan's sure hands paid out rope. 5 gold dragons says he's back before a 10-day, minus the wizard, Durnan called to the room. drawing the customary whoops and laughter. The tavern's lights receded like a patch of friendly stars as Elminster descended into chill air that smelled of wet stone, old iron, and the faint tang of smoke where too many spells had burned the breath of ages thin. Below, the shaft's mortared stones showed ancient pick scars and newer gouges, some the work of goblin knives, some of less tidy tools. Faded chalk marks, thieves' cant, and adventurers' bravado ghosted the walls. Elminster murmured a minor ward to blunt sudden falls and another to muffle footfalls, then drew long on his pipe. A ribbon of smoke curled from his lips, twining itself into a scouting wisp that drifted ahead like a lazy firefly. Elminster chose the rune-bitten arch and before he went, brushed a circle of ash from his pipe upon the landing and pressed 3 quick sigils into it. A timid ward, hardly more than a courtesy to any who might follow. And a polite knock for Durnan, should trouble rise the shaft. From within his sleeve, he drew the tome he had fashioned for this descent. Ruby at its edges in imagined dawn, cool grey at its heart by moon's memory. He wrote, in a neat, wry hand, the dungeon level, a place of welcoming thresholds, lying corridors, a place where lords of Waterdeep often sentenced undesirables to be shut away. Elminster passed through the level once ruled by the Shadow Thieves. He had been on this level before and knew the patterns of the would-be criminals, orcs, and assassins. After the Shadow Thieves were banished, many sages took to calling this layer the Temple level, for many temples to dark gods littered the level. As he descended past temples, new and ancient, he now progressed towards ancient dwarvish designs. Chapter 4. The Storeroom Level. The first stair down from the dungeon level bent like a dwarvish miner's elbow, and breathed out air thick with the stink of the forge. The soundscape changed too. Less tavern haunt echo, and more of a deep, stone hush. Elminster set his palm to the wall and felt the tale there. Field note in the hand of E. Level 2 began a labyrinth of Malerkin chase tunnels, wandering wherever ore ran. Halaster and his apprentices expanded the abandoned dwarven delves into larger and more orderly chambers to house their stores of daily supplies, their collections of interesting items and magical ingredients, and in which to conduct their many experiments. They teleported waste rock out into the sea to be rid of them, or used them up by working the rubble with spells into a smooth concrete of sorts, sculpting pillars, smooth walls, rounded staircases, and chutes. The corridor opened abruptly into grandeur, a chamber so large the pipe smoke's little wisp couldn't find a ceiling before it thinned to nothing. At a glance, one might have called it a temple, colonnades in even ranks, a nave's length of floor unbroken. But the stains on the flagging drew maps of purpose, long arcs where something titanic had been dragged, circular scoring from ritual circles, gouges tall as a man where metal frames had once been bolted down. Not a temple, Elminster muttered under his breath, a workshop for spells too ungainly to fit upstairs. He produced his tome. The covers flashed dawn ruby, settled to moon grey, and the ink came of its own accord. Aye, some of the resulting chambers on this level are among the largest worked rooms, as opposed to natural caverns, known anywhere in the world. They are often mistaken for temples by exploring adventurers, and some have been briefly used as such, but they were originally fashioned to give Halaster room to cast large and powerful spells, work on the corpses, or spell immobilize bodies of dragons and other gigantic creatures, and to assemble the largest of constructs. He was not alone. Down one pillared aisle slunk oozes that clung to the ceiling, many lingering around a shrine to Jubliex, a hunting pair, sleek, many-eyed brutes, gigantic spiders transmogrified by Halaster's experimentation, and finally, the bodies of hounds mutilated by rust monsters, looking for their next meals of ferrous metals to satisfy their hungers. Elminster clicked his tongue once, then traced a sigil in the air that folded sound around him. The beasts hunted the disturbance he left behind, pounced on empty air, and collided with a column. He passed safely without a trace. Field note: as he shifted his work elsewhere, Hallister filled much of this level with prowling monsters, both for the entertainment he derived from watching beasts hunt, fight, and devour each other or intruders, and to discourage anyone from settling into rooms he might want to use again on short notice. The Mad Mage brought the monsters in through portals of his creation, at least some of which remain open and the source of a stream of new creatures. As a result, many adventurers have died on this level, exploring blindly beyond the extent of any maps they've purchased or drawn to become overwhelmed by monsters they can't handle. The Doomgate then presented itself to the Sage of Shadowdale. Two-way, invisible, and always awake. One side, this mud chamber of level 2, seeded with the fallen, more than a dozen human dead who chose poorly or were given no choice at all, and with things that make homes in muck. The other side, the carnelian cavern of the Sargauth level, a Malerkin mine gone silent and hungry. As he passed through the gate, he closed the tome a fraction, never fully, for it preferred to breathe, and listened for the tug of the weave knot, despite the loose connections to the weave. It sang here more quietly, as if muffled by all the tidy stone and deliberate lines, but the song was still a lure. Elminster smiled, pinched the pipe to sleep, and set off to chart the next folly carved into the mountain by a man who couldn't stop making rooms for his own obsessions. The Sage of Shadowdale progressed forward, still looking for a solution to the knot in the weave. Chapter 5, the Sargauth level. The path sloped as the air cooled, with sound gathering into a slow pulse akin to a sleeping heart. Then the tunnel's mouth widened, and there it lay, the river Sargauth, an inky ribbon beginning at a vast water portal that breathed without breath, and ending, far downstream, in another unseen mouth that tugged the current along by compulsion alone. The banks bore docks, some collapsed, others steady as grudges, planks scarred by 1,000 secret moorings. Faint lanterns stippled the cavern roof, painting the water with static stars. Far off, a scatter of lights hinted at the Port of Shadow and the promenade beyond. Both will have their say later in this chronicle, for they deserve it. Tonight, we travel. Elminster coaxed a coracle from a coil of stiffened air and set it upon the river with the gravity of a priest lowering a relic. His smoke wisp took point, dim. He made the first notable dock, a plain landing, deliberately plain, beyond, a network of rooms and passages opened like the gills of a patient fish. The Lair of the Eye, one of 2 strongholds of that beholder who styles itself the Eye, or the Xanathar when sending agents to the city above. The other lair lies in water-deep sewers, linked here by a keyed portal. The Eye is ancient and creased, a paranoid elder orb that never exposes its hide, if a hireling's will suffice. Assume watchers. Eyeballkin lurk as sentinels along the approaches. The first thing they see is usually you, and the second is their own retreat to warn their master. As he penned a marginal note, the Lair of the Eye is one of 2 fortified bases maintained by a beholder, known variously as the Eye and the Xanathar. The other base, in the sewers of the city, is linked to this lair by a keyed portal. I noticed the hue of magical residue as I passed the western approach. The lair is a network of rooms and passages opening off a dock on the river Sargauth, far from the many prying eyes in Skullport. The river carried him past a cavern that bustled. Webs gauzed the high stone. Below, chitin clacked in ritual impatience. Spider Haven. Lolth's faithful kept their Darrow and Goblin slaves close, and their blades closer. Across the waterline, stout shapes moved with the miserly economy in the dark lady's image. Ancient statues, a cold grey lady, struck down by what appeared to be a radiant figure, Corellon, Lorethian. Another interesting note, Elminster once again penned within the open tome. In the last decade, the Eye, or this Eye currently, as in the year 1492 by Dale reckoning, a new overlord has taken the mantle. And within this year, the Eye had aggressively sought to dominate smuggling operations in Skullport, in particular the landward trade, carried on by drow-led caravans from the Underdark. It did so by destroying or taking over the network of smuggling agents established by a rival beholder, Miska the Eye Tyrant. Across from the drow town, 2 sealed caverns squatted. Their wards were Hallisters, elegant and cruel. Elminster didn't touch the seals. He wrote instead, ink dark and fast. A new line within the tome. Containment advisory. Hallister toyed with the idea of unleashing magically augmented spiders that would serve him as spies and turn on the drow if he ever needed to quickly crush them. At least 2 magically sealed caverns near Spiderhaven are crammed with spiders in stasis, which are actually sturges transformed into spider form. Hallister intended them to act like arachnids whenever they were near drow, morphing back into sturge form only at his command. But according to rumours, they take sturge form if any passing traveller disturbs their rest. As with many spiders, they then spread out through the dungeon in a hungry swarm. Terrifying, if I may say so. The river narrowed and hissed softly against a reef of old pilings. Elminster lifted the oars and let the current decide, for a little while. The knot in the weave was fainter here, drowned by the river's old will, yet its drag persisted, tugging him past the easy exits. He set the tome on his knee. He tamped the pipe, and the ember clicked like a single star finding its place. Onward then, Elminster said to the river, and the river, civil in its ancient way, obliged. Chapter 6, The Farm Level. Heat arrived first, like a damp hand over the mouth. Then the smell, sweet rot and sharp tang, loam and vinegar. The cavern opened into a continent of fungi, tree-like columns rooted in soft ooze, tiered shelves the size of sailcloth, bulbous caps sweating golden tears. He then penned a side note upon the page. Cartographer's hand. Level 4. The farm. Vital to life in Undermountain as a food and water cleansing source, this 4th level of the dungeon is a series of huge natural caverns crammed with farms no surface dweller would recognize. Hallister's mightiest magics, huge, always active portals, bring the River Sargoth here from deep in the Underdark, and take it from here to the Sargoth level above, only to take its waters from there back to the distant Underdark. Aquatic creatures familiar with both this level of Undermountain and the one above it know where to access several drainage tubes from the Sargoth level, so as to be able to travel at will between the 2 levels. Predatory monsters lurk near the outlets of 2 of these tubes, but the other 2 open into the high roofs of caverns crowded with tall, tree-like fungi rooted in soft ooze, where chasing prey can be difficult, and one predator can easily become the meal of another. A barge ghosted past, low, wide, and silent, with hooded figures tending racks of pale nodules that pulsed like slow hearts. They gave a small sign, 2 fingers tapped to chest, then to brow. May your crop not bite you. And Elminster returned it. The barge slid on, lanterns veiled. He then penned, agronomy in brief. The fungi is edible, although not entirely harmless. The farmers prize strains that cleanse water and grow quickly. Most here is safe in modest portions, but overindulgence leads to nausea, visions loud enough to drown your senses. Fatal, where monsters listen, or paralysis, fatal, where anything at all listens. If you are relying on your smell, you may fare poorly. These caverns are a riot of scents that smother trails of any creature or monster. The famous creatures scum come and go, tourists of the foul, returning upriver to the Sargoth when their gills complain of not enough prey. Something slid under the coracle, thick, sinuous, unhurried. The pipe's ember winked once, and a halo of patient abjuration wards formed about the hull. Elminster then penned a route record. The upper farms are located on the east bank. Many dangerous spores are located in the 6th forest. Avoid the centre of the farm level. There are countless sinkholes underneath the crust. I would focus downbound to the mid-farms. A spore squall took him by surprise, a visible fog that rolled across the water in a soft wall. Elminster wrapped the coracle in still air and waited, listening to the sound of the echoes upon the recesses of the Undermountain's walls. Shapes moved within the white, tall caps bowing, something heavy stepping twice. Was it a Rutakin, an Ettercap, or a Myconoid? As he took a moment, he glanced eastward. Nothing. The processes of growth and decay that make the fungi-crowded farm caverns hot, damp, and strong-smelling, with a variety of competing scents that most humans would find nauseating, and that overwhelm creatures that track prey by smell. Mold and mushroom-like fungi grow with astonishing speed in these caverns. The air is thick with spores, and, thanks to the keen attention of the farmers, almost everything growing here is edible and not poisonous. However, eating too much of any of these fungi can bring about nausea, hallucinations that can cause fatal behavior in this monster-rich environment, and paralysis, which can easily be fatal. Elminster descended further, taking the river downward, finally placing himself on solid rock. Sub-level D, the lost level. Do not step within the circle of emerald flames unless you are eager to meet Halaster's door wardens. 2 Deathkiss Beholderkin, 2 Death Tyrants, and Nagus, an elder orb who dabbles in sorcery, a master of the arcane. Aye, a bit of wisdom from an old mage. Elder orbs lose their eyes over time. Many of you may state that as a blessing. However, they temper this loss with a thorough understanding of the weave and arcane mastery. Elminster did not enter. He watched the guardians drift their idle circuits, felt the killing geometry of the chamber as one feels a draft, and committed the patrols of the Beholderkin to ink. Lost level notes. An old dwarven temple, the vault of hidden silences, lies sealed tight. Halaster, thwarted there, turned the rest of the levels spiteful. A former drow prison reworked into a gauntlet of pits, rolling blades, and spell-reflecting mirrors. A long natural cavern once carved by a branch of the Sargoth, now a great chasm where the river of the Undermountain vanishes. Halaster also loosed 4 death tyrants to drift and strike at anything that moves and isn't beholder-shaped. Few enter, fewer leave. The level sleeps and dreams of intruders. Dwarven mechanisms, for reference. Doors pivot on stone fingers. Locks are stone on stone, disguised edges and handles hidden beneath flagstones. Keys are shaped stone amulets pressed and turned. Some tomb doors require 5 hidden handles, turned in precise sequences. He sealed the threshold with a courtesy and descended further to sub-level K. Perimeter notes. The Crystal Labyrinth. Architectural note. Raised by drow as a training ground some 12 centuries past. Halaster discovered it 200 years later and made it his own. A maze of transparent crystal walls, floors, and ceilings, and a coral-floored cavern filled with seawater directly below. At the heart of the labyrinth lies Halaster's Akitokron, a treasure chamber where he stores prized possessions. Halaster altered the defenses and properties of the labyrinth extensively whenever intruders reached the Akitokron. He did so 5 times in all, and no one knows its current properties and treasures. Did I find some treasure? Well, most certainly. Will I share it? Perhaps. It is known that Grells wander some part of the labyrinth, and that some sort of magical alarm system is still active. I wouldn't recommend testing this, as just like many aspects of Hallister's designs, the results are often fatal. Elminster withdrew before curiosity could grow teeth. The pipe's ember dimmed. The pages of the tome breathed in, then out, and took the new lines gladly. Chapter 7. The Maze Level. The river that brought him here wore a veil. Greymurk, they call it. With a strong light, Elminster could see perhaps 5 feet. Beyond that, the world existed as tact and intuition. The current tugged southwest, more sulk than pull. Enough to argue with an oar, not enough to win a fight. More than once, the rock roof dipped below the surface for long stretches, forcing the coracle to nose back and feel along for a breathable path. Things lived down here that had made peace with the blindness of the murky depths. The river widened to a rocky bank where someone had arranged boulders as stools. 3 minotaurs sat with absurdly delicate fishing poles and nets, their tails flicking like metronomes, their low voices turning the Greymurk's hush into a stable thing. One hauled up a line. The catch writhed, a pale, eyeless thing that navigated by memory of a world it had never seen. The minotaur hummed approval and dropped it into a creel. West of the Bullfolk's caves, drowlights pricked a darker cavern, a compound with the cruel tidiness. Elminster's wisp dimmed to a memory as he watched doppelgangers shuffle under guard. Slaves tasked to fit any role but their own. Above, an elegant rise of stone caught the lantern lichen like a crown. Spiderwatch Keep, House Freth's staging ground. Elminster then pulled out his quill and jotted a marginal brief. This level is a battleground between Drow of House Freth and a tribe of Minotaurs. The Minotaurs hold sway over a maze of tunnels riddled with magical effects and traps, while the Drow occupy the caves around an elegant fortress called Spiderwatch Keep, a staging ground for House Freth's goal of conquering all of Undermountain. Hostilities between the Drow and the Minotaurs have recently abated in the wake of devastating losses on both sides. Driven Freth, a Drow archmage, hopes to use this respite to his house's advantage by summoning a Goristro demon that will force the Minotaurs to submit to House Freth's control. Northwest, a tangle of corridors in 2 neat patterns waited under a skin of dust. Hallister's maze of madness. Northeast, umber hulks had honeycombed stone into a confusion only they found obvious. All of it divided by the Greymurk, which offered danger as one ferried its waters if one was brave or properly bribed by the need of descent in Undermountain's further recesses. He had written as much when the air ahead folded into a luminescent outline of a man. Armor pitted, shield dented, robes rotted, a square hole torn through the tunic where a heart once announced itself to the world. He coughed, a wet sound that should not have belonged to light. "I am Fidelio," the shape said, voice like a chapel door in a long winter. "Once my task was to test braggarts. Now I have better things to do. You will come with me. I have need of you. I am compelled to tell you this. You can beg my God to free you of my power. If freed, you will be left with only a dagger and a tunic to learn humility. Yet I suspect, given your purpose here, you will want what I can tell you." Elminster raised one hand, palm open, the sign for parley held in ink. But the figure had already flowered into mist. Cold pressed in, a twist in the weave snapped like a snagged string, and the Greymurk fell away. They stood, no, were placed, inside a maze of death traps. Walls close as unkind thoughts, floors that guessed where a foot might land, darts that admired throats. Fidelio's voice walked the passages, while Elminster's pipe drew diagrams in the air the traps politely ignored. In life, I was a great paladin, but I lacked humility. I was a braggart, always boasting and disparaging others. I came to Undermountain to fight evil, and after many quests here, I came face to face with a fiend from the Nether Planes. We battled to a stalemate, and I beseeched my god to aid me. My god answered my prayer. Before the fiend's death cries had faded, I bragged that I had destroyed it on my own. This displeased my god, and I was cursed to linger in Undermountain as a ghost, listening for other braggarts and pulling them to a maze of death traps to teach them humility. In time, this punishment drove me mad. My thoughts are clearer now, though I can still feel the taint of madness within me. When Halaster's magic shook Undermountain, I discovered how to free myself of this curse and atone for my deeds. I apologize for taking you against your will. I have no excuse but my own desperation, and that is another thing I must atone for. But perhaps what I tell you will now begin to make up for it. Halaster is dead, or at least he was. He died while working on a spell to protect Undermountain from an approaching doom. I know only a little of what the doom is, but I know it is still knocking at the door. I suspect he was attacked while casting his spell, and it remains unfinished. His death caused a backlash of energy throughout Undermountain. Those in the city above think it was just an earthquake, but it was the death scream of one of the most powerful wizards in the world. Parts of Undermountain collapsed, parts changed, and some new parts have appeared. The spell engine he created to focus the magic is unfinished, but it still exists. The doppelgangers and their drow enemies have been battling over the site. Currently, the drow control it, and have made progress in figuring out how it works. Whoever controls the site will have a powerful source of magic at their disposal, and will use it to take over Undermountain, and eventually the city above. Even worse, a cabal of ancient liches called the Twisted Rune will soon gain access to Undermountain. Halaster's unfinished ward is failing. If the spell is not finished, the Twisted Rune will take over Undermountain and the city above. There is a solution, although only partially effective. A ring, a simple trinket to the untrained eye. I have heard while traveling below that a planetar has information on the lost work of Halaster. I captured an adventurer about a year past who mentioned they were also searching for a cure to the madness. A pause, and a faint glint washed over the fallen paladin's glazed eyes. Was his name Bragan, Braelith? Who can say? Names are such a difficult cloud to grasp in my position. However, Sage. If this is your path, you may find him below. The ring is imbued with part of Halaster's work, although in his madness, he never finished his designs and the cure he had promised to complete. Look for the planetar, and you may find Halaster's partial cure to the madness. The grey murk whispered against the hull, stone above, silt below, choices in between. Elminster answered with a thin thread of song to the lady, and the comforting scratch of ink laying the maze level into a map the mountain would, for a little while, respect. Chapter 8. Vanrak Doom. Now I know what you are thinking, noted Elminster on a new fresh page. What could be more disrupting than being whisked away by a mad paladin? Well, just you wait. For shadows often owe their birth to light. Let me tell you of the history of level 18, where I now found myself. You may have heard of the dark fate of Lord Vanrak Moonstar. Adherents of Shah have now been active in the shadow of Mount Waterdeep, ever since a disastrous expedition to the Black Jungles mounted in the Year of the Dark Dawn, 1104 DR, by Lord Vanrak Moonstar, a charismatic, outgoing swashbuckler. Vanrak was but a pale shadow of his former self when he returned. A few 10 days later, his father, Lord Andvaran Moonstar, the family patriarch, died of a strange wasting disease that could not be cured by healing magic. Upon assuming leadership of House Moonstar, Vanrak publicly broke with the temple of Selûne, god of the moon, which he blamed for his father's untimely death. Consumed with bitterness, the Dark Ranger, as Vanrak came to be known, secretly embraced Selune's sister, Shah, the Lady of Loss. By the year of the Howling Moon, 1130 DR, House Moonstar was in open schism. Family members who still venerated Selune aligned themselves with Lord Vanrak's sister, Lady Alathine, and Selune's priesthood. Meanwhile, Lord Vanrak and his followers extended their dark influence over much of the city's harbour, with the aid of a small army of mercenaries bolstered by followers of Shah. Lady Alathine appeared in open court and asked the Lords of Waterdeep to strip her brother of his title and banish him from the city. She also presented evidence of her brother's numerous crimes, including slavery, arson, theft, and murder. The Lords ordered the immediate capture of the Dark Ranger, but by the time the City Watch had breached the gates of his villa, Vanrak and his followers had already fled through a secret portal into Undermountain. He and his followers remained there until, in the year of the Dark Mask, 1171 DR, they conquered the level of Undermountain that came to be known as Vanrak Doom. Operating from his new base, Vanrak extended his influence throughout much of Undermountain and even periodically dispatched elite strike teams to battle followers of Selune in the city above. He achieved his most dramatic success in the Year of the Tomb, 1182 DR, when his followers infiltrated the High House of Stars through its cellars, slaughtered most of the inhabitants before they could raise an alarm, engulfed the temple in black fire, and burned it to the ground. The invaders also acquired enough treasure from the temple vaults to fund Lord Vanrak's personal quest for immortality. Within a few years, the Dark Ranger had transformed himself into a Death Knight. The Lords of Waterdeep didn't make things easy for Vanrak Moonstar in the years that followed. They hired waves of adventurers to descend into Undermountain to bring Vanrak and his followers to justice. Although none of these adventurers succeeded, they winnowed down Vanrak's army to the point where he could no longer threaten the city. Halaster Blackcloak compounded Vanrak's woes by urging other Undermountain dwellers to invade Vanrak Doom from time to time. In a desperate move, the few remaining priests of Shah performed rituals to harness the despair of Vanrak's shadow dragon mount, Umbravaka, and use him to transport Vanrak Doom into the Shadowfell. In the end, Halaster's magical hold over Undermountain proved too strong to overcome, yet a small section of Vanrak Doom crossed over into the Plane of Shadow and became ensconced there. Confronted by failure, Vanrak came to believe that Shah had deceived him and had orchestrated his downfall solely to spite her nemesis, Selune. Vanrak had lost his family, his title, and most of his army, and he was in danger of losing hold over his domain. In the Year of Silent Shadows, 1436 DR, he renounced his faith in Shah and begged Selune's forgiveness for the destruction of her temple and its followers. In a desperate act of redemption, the Death Knight destroyed his undead form using a sunblade. Within level 18, I found myself passing underneath a curtain of shadow. Two statues, floor to ceiling, cloaked and facing inward, held a curtain of shadow between them like a funeral pall. Necrotic breath leaked from the weave between their hands. Elminster stepped beneath and felt the world thin. Stones had gone tired. Walls cracked, floors buckled. Ceilings sagged as if each meant to give up quietly when no one was looking. As he pressed further, the shadow pressed closer, then took him, not with malice, but with the insistence of an old story that refuses not to be told. A vision unscrolled. Elminster, straining in hand-to-hand against a man in mithril chain. Lord Vanrak Moonstar. They broke apart. Vanrak stumbled, rose, and produced the bronze hilt of a sunblade. Radiance erupted, a wound in the greyness. "Remember this?" Your gift to me? Vanrak snarled. Challenge me again and I'll carve out that big heart of yours and eat it. The viewer's sight shifted as the world swam. A friend's shadow stretched and took dragon shape, bronze scales glorying in a light that did not belong here. Vanrak, I am your friend. Listen to me. She's using the pain of your father's death to lead you down the darkest of all paths. For the love of Saloon, do not follow her. The words rang, and the vision ended. Elminster let silence settle. Then he folded himself into invisibility, stitched scent and heat close to the skin, and drifted along the cracked aisle of a treasure hoard. Coins as dull as old teeth, chalices that had forgotten wine, armors posed in attitudes of patience. The shadow of something vast lay across it all, breathing slow. At the hoard's fore lay a tome, bindings scabbed with dried pitch, corners abraded by claws that once thought better of their strength. He eased it open with a knock spell, manipulated to imitate touch ever so slightly enough not to be noticed. The shadow dragon Umbraxakar was once Gleister, a lawful, good, bronze dragon. Fond of the human guise, he kept company with Vanrak Moonstar, and stayed even as Vanrak's grace failed. Gleister tried to turn Vanrak from Shah. Despair hollowed him when words failed. In that emptiness, Shah's priests remade him, Shadowborn, Umbraxakar in Draconic, to serve Vanrak's war. Thereafter, Death Knight and Shadow Dragon fought side by side, first expanding their gloom, then defending it. Umbraxakar came to care for nothing save Vanrak. The end came when Vanrak destroyed himself with a sunblade. The bond snapped. Umbraxakar remained with the remnants of Shah's cult, a king without a court. A hairline shiver ran the length of the sagging ceiling. He closed the tome and left a bookmark within a spell of illusory script that he hoped the dragon would ignore. As Elminster had now documented what he needed, he made his way quietly from level 18, through the gate of the Shadowfell, and further descending towards a sprawling labyrinth. Chapter 9. The Terminus Level. Iron has a way of getting into any level of the Undermountain. Here it rode the air, as much as the halls, lining the veins of the Terminus Level. Tracks ribboned the stone, switchbacks, sidings, and long slopes where minecarts slept on their chocks of paired Zirkwood blocks tethered by rope. Once, Mithril sang here for the Melerkin. After, Duergar gnawed the seams to feed their forges with iron. Now the worst dangers wore Hallister's whims and plainer fingerprints. Elminster slipped beneath a gallery arch as a Duergar file tramped past, shields dull as unmooned ponds. He drew his cloak of elvenkind close and became a suggestion as he hunched within a cart that was loaded to go deeper within the level. When the last boot scuffed by, he moved the waiting cart, lifted the chock with 2 fingers, and let gravity make its case. The cart shuddered into motion. Wind, stale and tin-sweet, stitched his hair back. A planer seam flashed past, 3 heartbeats of frost that left rime in his beard and a taste of brass on the tongue. And then the rails arced into a pillared hall whose once proud vault had been stitched with bone. He braked on a broken cobbled stair, set the cart against a stop made of mithril. He progressed, knowing his journey to the bottom was almost upon him. He then spied it, a court that had forgotten what the grace of goodness could once be. Banners long rotted hung like moultings. Statues had slumped into their own pedestals. At the dais, a throne of bone, and upon it, a planetar sat, whose wings dragged the floor with its still radiant judgment. Behind and to the right, a Yugoloth waited with a ledger and a smile that promised terms and a verdict. Elminster bowed, precisely knowing the power and weight a planetar held. Name and deformity, the angel said. All bear the mark of sin. Speak and be swift. I know of your tales, but can you give yourself, your life freely? Do you give your life in the service of the common? Names are many troublesome things, Elminster said mildly, but folk call me Elminster, or the Sage of Shadowdale when they've breath enough left to do so. As for deformities, I collect them, with just a modicum of pride, impatience, and at least on this adventure, ink-stained fingers. I will submit to thy judgment, Bright One. Phasrian's gaze cut through the cloak, the pipe, the pretense. You submit, the two minds connected, as Elminster's mind filled with the radiance of a being that felt of warmth and chill all at once. Elminster knelt then, because he had been asked to be swift, leaned forward and set his brow upon the stair. Aye. And if a life be wanted to spare others, take mine. There are miners yet breathing in these ways, and those who serve them. I will pay the price. The Yugoloth's quill paused, disappointed at how few words that cost contained. Truth, Phasrian said. The word wasn't opinion, it was knowledge. The planetar rose. The hall dimmed with the lifting. You are Elminster of Shadowdale. You have made a habit of dying for others and an art of returning to continue it. Your existence offends the ledger, yet serves the balance. I would end you, and in ending you, spare many, yet purging you does not resolve or better yet lead to any just result. The angel's sword hung just above his neck with a similar hue to Lathander's judgment. Rise and hear the law. All who would be innocent must swear their service to my banner, that I may raise an army against the abhorrent. Swear and stand. Refuse and die. Elminster rose, slow as ink wicking into parchment. He did not step back. A service I can swear and not forswear. I shall serve thee with truth and counsel, and with warning of snares a zealot may not spy, so far as such service harms not the weave nor the innocent, and tends toward mercy rather than pure unrelenting hatred. This I swear by my lady's sight and the stubbornness of old men who document the new paths of youth. Truth and counsel are what you provide. Yet I sense your service is better served to your lady. You are innocent of deformity, for now. Know this, Phasrian thundered, and even the Yugoloth's ink stilled. I will purge these deeps, the Duergar with their iron, the aberrant seams, the mask-wearers who lie with every breath, all. Write that in your journal. Elminster's smile arrived in the corner of his beard like a cat that knows better. I shall bring thee news, bright lord. News thou needst, not always news thou likest. And should any boast before thee, I'll remember a paladin's lesson and keep the dagger and tunic near at hand. I will return when I can. I agree to that. Elminster then sat to the east of the throne, documenting some other tales the planetar gave freely to the sage. The terminus level is where Hallister dumps his failed monster experiments. Some time ago, a planetar named Phasrian slew most of these blasphemous horrors, but succumbed to its own bloodlust. The fallen angel has since claimed the level as its own and judges all intruders who enter its domain. Those found guilty are slain and fed to a trio of Otyuks, denizens of the terminus level that the planetar deigned to spare. The planetar's court is full of evil sycophants, including Yugoloths that were sent by Hallister to advise Phasrian and Duergar under the command of a conniving despot named Valtagar Steel Shadow. Phasrian is a planetar formerly in the service of Torm, god of courage and self-sacrifice. The planetar was summoned to Undermountain months ago by an adventuring cleric. Sickened by the foulness it beheld, Phasrian sought to cleanse the terminus level of corruption, but the magic suffusing Hallister's abominations corrupted the planetar's divine zeal. The more horrors it destroyed, the more joy Phasrian took in their slaughter. Phasrian's fall from grace was swift, culminating in the murder of the cleric and her companions. The planetar now passes judgment on all who stand before it. Those who lack the willingness to sacrifice themselves for a greater end such as greedy treasure seekers drawn to Undermountain for no other reason, are found guilty and executed, although a mote of goodness still burns within the Planetar. The Planetar also spoke to Elminster of a ring within a portrait. Hallister had rambled in one of his fits of madness about one of his apprentices who manufactured a ring to dull the madness the Undermountain presents. Elminster pondered if Mystra could use the arcane residue in this item to provide a safety abjuration platform against the magic of the knot. Elminster then left the terminus level and progressed to his last location, knowing he may find what he came to seek all those levels ago. Chapter 10. The Mad Mage's level and the knot. The arch found me before I found it. A face of Hallister looked down from the keystone, stone lids twitching with a life borrowed from the weave. The sigil carved above it pricked like sleet on the skin. Opposite, in a southern alcove, the Mad Mage crouched in stone, life-size, painted, perched on a granite plinth like a vulture about to spring, hands taloned, the whole figure leaning forward with such intent that even quiet thoughts took a step back. 6 frescoes ringed the arch, 10 feet square each, colours still too bright for their age. Hallister stretching and yawning. Hallister juggling rods. Hallister sweeping a floor that refused to stay clean. Hallister wriggling from a straitjacket. Hallister doing handstands. Hallister shadowboxing with a partner only he could see. Each moved, idly as a man who has all the hours and none of the peace. I let the arch watch me, looking elsewhere, and drew out a gem of seeing. One slow turn of the room, another, and there, behind the stretching and yawning Hallister, a press, a breath held, and the secret door sighed open. Beyond lay a low chamber, 10 feet high, its walls shelved from floor to ceiling. Hundreds of wide-mouthed jars watched me with no eyes at all until I moved close. Then the heads within stirred in their brine. Goblins, drow, kuotoa, duergar, troglodytes, githyanki, mind flayers, and stranger anatomies. Hallister's magic had left them alive, sedated, severed from their memory. A cruel jest, but one I would forget, for now. The next room hung with cityscapes framed in gilt. I laid Identify across the paint. One peered from inside Waterdeep's north gate. Another from the south gate. One watched the House of Wonder from the Seaward Street. Another breathed the bustle of the market in Castle Ward. The last, and this drew a slight chuckle from my mouth. I didn't bother to hide, gazed at the yawning portal's tap room, and the very well-fooly adventurers who would descend countlessly to look for riches within these levels of misery. Ever the host, Hallister, I told the frames. Ever the host. I then moved forward and found it. What I had been searching for, the Planetar spoke of this. 7 tall portraits, each with a bronze plaque naming one of Hallister's 7, before the mountain unmade them, and madness remade what was left. Rantantar, fat, frowning, fire-scarred, purple robes, a wand of wonder clenched in the burned right hand. Nestor, handsome, thinning hair, penetrating stare, plain black robe, fingers steepled, a tiny black rune on the brow that any decent arcanist knows for necromancy. Trobriand, the metal mage, stoic, bearded, goggles askew, iron scorpion perched on the shoulder, Mural the misshapen, powerfully built, ugly, bleeding grin, battered plate, a scorpion-worked helm tucked at the elbow, a longsword in the other hand dripping what the artist did not have the courtesy to call paint. Arcturia, straw hair, blue-tinged skin, exasperated, wide-brim hat, robe of butterflies, a glowing sigil hovering over a lifted finger, transmutation's mark for those who've done their homework. Marambra, nightsteel, striking, auburn hair, empty gaze, black robe, staff topped with an evocation rune that hummed in the teeth if you stood too close. Jasira, Kestelharp, plain, young, yellow and blue, the faintest hint of a smile, the portrait slashed clean in two. Each wore a horned ring, the same shape Hallister favoured. I mended Jasira's wound with a whisk of will. The cut pulled together like a healed cheek. Her staff's broken end pushed through the paint. Jasira, within the portrait, slid the ring from her finger. The real ring fell out of the paint and chimed on the stone. I knew it would mend the weave. I took it. I identified the ring, a very rare horned ring keyed to its maker's maze. Ignores Undermountain's magical restrictions when attuned. In my palm, it quenched a flavour of the mountain's pull, as if a string that had been humming behind my teeth had been tuned true. Margin note: the knot, the weave's snag under Waterdeep, source of the obsession that keeps miners mining and mages delving. The ring's logic does not mend it for all time, but it masks the screams, lets a mind hear its own thoughts clearly. I followed a thread of must and ink to a chamber like a thesis, written in stone. There he sat on a purple marble throne, books stacked around him like siege engines. Tall, gaunt, a man's true frame beneath the borrowed visages and the constant low giggle and mutter that never fooled anyone paying attention. Beneath the tatter, a mind counting faster than yours. Mage armour settled on him like second skin. Mind blank lay over his thoughts like frost on glass. Hallister, I said. Elminster, he chirped back to me, as if we had just met in the line for breakfast. Mistra's meddler, I liked you better when you were lost in hell. Brevity to the day. Brevity to the day, I agreed, and we let the old year speak for itself. 1372 DR, the year of wild magic, the Dale lands under Shadowvar shadow, myself flung into Avernus. In the year of wild magic, 1372 DR, Elminster was inadvertently sent to the Nine Hells while defending the Dale lands from the Shadowvar. Mistra made a bargain with Hallister that she would try to cure his insanity if he rescued Elminster from hell. Hallister agreed and entered Avernus. Though he was unsuccessful and had to be rescued in turn by Alasra Silverhand, Mistra kept her word and managed to partially cure him. We talked like men who remembered both the errors of our past and some form of forgotten kindness. If only the fools of the tap room in Waterdeep could see the so-called Mad Mage in this state. And just when I was getting used to the repour, his eyes filled with rage, then sorrow, then swimming stars, as if each were a sky, and none of them were home. The madness came up through him like water through a bad seam. It tugs, doesn't it? I said softly, the knot singing its single note through the marrow of the weave into the soul of the Undermountain. It plays me, he whispered, and then giggled, because what else does a man do when the instrument and the musician disagree? A donkey, a flying saucer. Have you heard of my inventions, sage? I bowed as farewell before the tune could turn unkind, and these so-called inventions could turn against me. The teleportarium I had read of in a marginalia off Jasira's hand waited where it always had. A ring of standing stones, each bound by copper lines to an inanimate scarecrow whose empty sack face bore the crest of Tribor. I chose a stone, set the horned ring warm against my finger, let it answer the room's expectation, and stepped in, finding myself just outside the lively crossroads of the frontier town, just north of Waterdeep, the gateway to the north, they say. Chapter 11, The Knot and the Goddess of Magic. I had scarce stepped through when the weave tugged me like a sleeve, soft, insistent, unmistakable. A pulse ran up my spine and out through every old scar the art has left on me. Ahem, said the lady behind the pulse, which is how Mistra bids me attend when she is minded to be gentle. Thou feelst it yet, old mage, came her voice, not in my ears, mind, but in that quiet, bright place between thoughts, the knot that snags all threads beneath water deep. "Aye, my lady," quoth I. "It hums like a toothache in the world, draws folk down and sets them pacing in circles they call destiny. Hallister, his seven, the Malakin, even Durnan by his ropes and winch. Many's the good soul that stays because the stone asks them to." I drew forth the horned ring I'd coaxed from Jasira's painted hand and laid it, palm up, upon the light of her notice. Here's a thing made to cheat Undermountain's rules. If it cannot heal the knot, mayhap it can hush it where it howls loudest. Mistra turned the ring as only a goddess may, inside out without breaking it, and outside in without marring it, letting the logic of its artifice show itself, like writing in lemon juice under a candle flame. "It is clever," said she who is the weave, "and clever will serve us in giving some defense against the Mad Mage's designs." So, we set to our work, she and I, in a stillness that held hours the way good ink holds lines. We wove a triple working into the ring's hungry geometry, a tempering like calm emotions, to smooth the panic and the itch that drives folk to pace holes into their own minds. A cleansing like remove curse, to unhook the petty malisons that catch upon the knot like burrs, and a deep, slow, greater restoration, not to break the knot, for that lies beyond one trinket's remit, but to lift a soul's head above its drag and let clear choice breathe. We bound these together with a covenant. The ring answers not the greedy hand, but the keeper's, the one who holds it for others' sakes. "You have done well, Elminster," she said, "and though we are long past needing praise between us, I will not pretend it didn't put a little spring back in these old boots. Go on then, there will be other doors." "There always are," said I, and felt her smile like a warm hand on winter stone. Then the bright place folded, and I was once more only an old man with a troublesome pipe and more errands than years. Back up I went, by stairs and shafts, and the wit of a ring that now listened for suffering instead of applause, until the yawning portal opened around me like a warm firelight. Durnan looked up from the winch with that, "I see you," and also, "Your trouble look he keeps for a handful of us." "Back a 4 or 10 day after all," says he. "I owe you 5 dragons, and don't you argue the count." He set the coins down. Water-deep mint, proper weight, none of your dockside filings, and took the stool that remembers my bones. Volo was at his usual corner, quill fencing with facts until they surrendered handsomely. He waved a page at me, bristling with adjectives I wouldn't wish on an orc raid, then happily misquoted me twice in one sentence, as is his way, and gods keep him for it. "Got something for your cellar, lad," I told Durnan, and set the ring upon the bar. Up close, it hummed like a cat that knows your lap is next. He lifted the plank, slid a panel aside, and laid the ring in a compartment whose wood had been listening to secrets since the first cask rolled through that door. "Won't fix folks," I warned. "Won't undo what grief or shah or habit has carved. But it'll soften the pull round your well and lend a clear head where the knot tries to write the orders. Keep it still, keep it quiet, and don't let any bright young fool wear it for swagger." "To the lady," I said under my breath. To the next, Durnan said, which is his way of praying. "To posterity," Volo said, which is certainly his. And that's the long and short, my dears. The knot abides, aye, such knots do. But so do we. For a spell, and spell enough for now, the portal will breathe easier, and those who choose to go down will do so for choice's sake, not for a tug they cannot name. As for me, I shall finish my ale, sharpen a quill, as I do particularly admire tidy margins, and keep an old promise to keep walking where the weave grows thin. There's work yet, and wonder too, and if you see me by the stair with my pipe gone cold, do an old man a kindness and set it right. The world reads clearer by a little light. Memories are treasures. Lock the best of them in your mind forever, the most splendid moments, and those that are so grand they breathe a little magic. Well, those you need, but share upon the page. Any rogue can craft a spell, but it takes a really reckless fool to write one down. Who said that? Why, me, of course. It seems no other Mad Mage on several worlds has wits enough to speak out against the flood of shrewd magic unleashed on us all. What one mage writes down, most others can read, so long as they say the pictures are plentiful enough. So, inevitably, spells of dangerous power spread throughout the known worlds. This perilous process has all too often been aided and abetted by folk so bereft of morals, or too fascinated to help themselves, as one once vainly tried to justify himself to me, that they publish such secrets of art openly, for any irresponsible hedge wizard with eyeballs to toy with. And now, look ye, that rascal, rogue, and pompous fool of a man, Gedarm, has been at it again, passing on precious lore, words I spoke in confidence, mind ye, to folk at Durnan's tavern, who've promptly verbalized it for all to hear. Has he no shame? Does he not for a moment think of the dragons that could be called down upon him, the flying castles crashing into what he's pleased to call his garden, the menacing doors that may leer up at him from his cellar, the creeping horrors that might snarl from the depths of his closet, the mind-rending horrors that'll doubtless soon inhabit his dirty linen basket? All this could have been avoided, of course, if he'd listened to me. He never does. They never do. None of them. If the handful of heedful folk in the worlds listened to me but a few moments more, much trouble could be averted, and I suppose much high adventure. Perhaps 'tis the doom of humans to always rush in, heedless of the costs, and to open and read every old, crumbling book they find. Certainly this book is full of the doings of too many wizards who do. How many wizards is too many? As the old mage's joke goes, 2, because there's only one of me. But I digress. And all who read this will be amply equipped to repeat their mistakes. Just don't come ye wailing at my door when whatever world you've destroyed falls apart around ye. I'll be in bed with some good zur and my scrying crystal, watching ye and having a good laugh. Determined to read on? I can't blame ye, I suppose. I know I did, every chance I got. From the slim black tome of Azuth, whose single page holds a different spell each time 'tis opened, to the belt of spells created by Sastam when he was young. Strings of coins hanging from a waistband, each string a single spell, written onto the faces of the coins. To the book Anshala of Raurin tattooed on the back of her largest manservant. I've read my share of Faerun's books of magic, and now ye can too, albeit a selection of tomes daring adventurers are more likely to find than honest folk. Honest folk? What am I saying? 'Tis wizards who'll be devouring every page of this work, seeking new spells to rule or remake their world with, of course. And all too soon, they'll turn from transforming mountains and say, more, more. These spells are old. Trade ye new spells for old. I've heard that very cry in the bazaars of Kalimshan, uttered by those who should have known better. Yet they did not, and fared forth in great peril of their lives to seek out more magics, in the tombs and vaults of wizards who were never human, and mages and masters alike who skulk in remote fastnesses of the realms. At least having such spells as these gave them some defense on such frights, as defenses ye now have too. So ye at the page, Mage Fair, where we can hurl a few fireballs together. A little spellfire, Scarecrow. Oh, sorry. It's all too easy to get carried away with magics such as these. Look ye, be careful. Have fun, but be careful. Ye hold here the power to change worlds. Elminster of Shadowdale. Chapter 1. A Touch of Magic. Ha! I would be remiss if I did not foretell the very nature of the schools before we start this journey into some of these famous works. Mind you, if I knew the location, I would simply round them up so their teaching could not do proper harm to the realms. That Volo has been trying to transcribe some of the work from these tomes into that preposterous book of his. Volo's guide to all things magical is of grave concern. Can you believe he is still bringing that to mages across the Sword Coast? I shudder to think of the damage he could cause. But ye did not come here for an old man to prattle on about one simple Volo. Ye all came here for magic. Although it's hardly a simple matter to wield the magic that will produce a blast of fire or slay a giant with a word. The highest form of the mage's art, according to the Abjurist, lies at the place where magic interacts with magic. To study the school of abjuration is to wield spells that manipulate the fabric of arcane power itself. But ye must understand that a thought such as that will be countered by some mages who see it as too simplistic for their tastes. Conjuration. Have ye considered? The material plane is nothing but a small and unimportant crossroads in the cosmos. All that exists in this physical world is a mere reflection of the iconic truths embodied in the unseen worlds that border it. Many see this school as the true gateway to what wonders within the weave can be reached. Divination, though. My lady may smite me if I don't grace you with this third school. History is full of missed opportunities, personal tragedies, and kingdom-shattering defeats that might easily have been averted but for a single piece of information that could have changed the course of lives and worlds. Knowledge is power, and those who know all hold ultimate power in their hands. Aye, you can't disagree with that, can you? But some look inward rather than that of a grand scale. The mind is the ultimate power. Any fool can oppose an enemy by physical means, but to halt a foe through the sheer force of one's will, or to turn a most hateful enemy into a loyal ally, is the purest and most subtly effective manifestation of arcane might. I say, ye don't forget where your thoughts lay. Some would say, Elminster. What are you known for? Abjuration. Nay, it must be evocation. The universe is the interplay of impersonal forces, some spiritual, some political, some moral, some elemental, and some whose natures have yet to be revealed. Beneath the surface of the merely physical, fundamental energies form the true nature of all things. I once knew two brothers within Tarmaloon in a bear, a shop on Blackbanner's Rise as it goes. What was it? Forgive me, the name often slips my mind. Ah, it's come back. I remember the smell. Daisies from the store next door. I remember the plaque had a certain promise given towards illusion. The universe is all in the mind that perceives it, and sensation is the first and only reality. If a tree falls in the forest with no creature to hear it, then there is no tree. Do you agree, colleagues? Now, I know what you may be thinking. The dark art. How could you, of all people who saved the realms 3 times over on a 10-day, give notion that this school is worth understanding? I would counter that thought with this motion of thought. A wise soul may peer into the abyss, not for admiration, but to learn where best to place the wards towards the shadow. Life and death are one, for all living things die in time. Death is not an ending, but a beginning. Since one's living days are but a fraction of the eternal existence of death, life is but a useless distraction to the study and understanding of the long darkness to come. Life and death are the twin faces of eternal existence. To surrender to either one is to resign oneself to obscurity. True power lies in the twilight zone between life and death. Let us note that all schools are useful to the balance of the weave. Change, the one constant upon mortal existence. Transmutation, like a reflection of the larger processes by which worlds are built and torn down once more. All life is change. Anything that has ceased to change, to grow, to evolve from what it was, ceases to be a part of the world. And the ultimate power is that which manipulates these forces of transmutation. The spellbooks described in the rest of this work are of exceptional nature. They often vary widely in content and appearance from the more typical spellbooks possessed by mages. The size of these rare books is usually measured in hands. A hand, or hand width, is about 3.5 inches, a measurement based on the size of the delicate hand of the scholar Alaric. Many of the new spellbooks are actually orisons. An orison is a jumble of spells of varying power, sometimes interspersed with spell research notes or other information, or even spells usable only by those whose power of arcane magic comes from a differing place, other than that of research. An arcanabulum is an illusionist's workbook, or travelling spellbook, as opposed to the more complete spell tomes kept in secret by almost all spellcasters. Most arcanabula are nondescript, although illusionists in the realms have shown a talent for making theirs look like something else, such as a musical instrument, a gaming board, a belt of linked metal plates, and so on. Each mage in the realms has his own personal rune or symbol, which is used both to identify his own work and to protect his items, as with explosive runes. This sigil is unique for each active mage in the realms and remains with the particular caster until death. A wizard chooses a sigil as they grow in power. Long-lived wizards sometimes go through a number of sigils, but most stay with the first one they choose. A change often occurs as the wizard finds more powerful or robust sigils that amplify their growing talent. The inherent nature of the sigils themselves prevents accidentally copying another living wizard's sigil. Accidentally copying a dead wizard's sigil is another matter, but some lichers have their own ideas about protecting their symbols. No two mage sigils are identical, and each is readily identifiable by its owner. Mage sigils can be reproduced by others to disseminate truthful information, such as, "This is the sigil of Elminster of Shadowdale," but a heavy curse is invoked against those who seek to use the sigils of others to their own ends, either with intent of counterfeiting, fraud, or mischief-making. Each wizard and each mage has their own method of delivery for what they wish to produce upon the threads of Mistra's weave, and if I were ye, I would listen for the remainder, as I now share tales of just a few spellbooks that have graced my path. Let us discuss the first book on our list, the Book of Shangri-La the Black. This is a tome of beaten electrum pages, stamped and etched with the runes of the spells set down within. The 4 pages are secured by small rings to covers of polished silver that have tarnished to a smoky black appearance. The name of Shangri-La is written in thoras on the lower right corner of the front cover and is the only lettering or adornment that the cover bears. The book is surprisingly heavy, but it is less than a finger thick, and its cover is 3 hand widths across by 7 hand widths in height. Shangri-La was a mage of Kalimshan, some 700 winters ago. Reclusive and secretive from the first, he gained experience and much treasure by exploring and pillaging ruins of the lost kingdoms of men, elves, and dwarves, making extensive use of animated undead servitors, summoned monsters, and charmed hirelings. Deeply paranoid, Shangri-La believed that every creature in the realms was out to get him, so he trusted no one and laid many elaborate plans, backup strategies, and double crosses to protect himself from betrayal. These undoubtedly saved his life on the several occasions when he did encounter deceit and treachery, but they won him no friends and caused many blameless individuals to be slain or ruined along the way. Shangala cared not. He rapidly grew in power and built himself a hidden keep somewhere in the northeast of Kalimshan, killing any who learned of its location or even its appearance. It remains hidden to this day, perhaps as the lair of a lich. All that is known to men is the suspicion, perhaps false, that it is an aerial dwelling, concealed amid mountain peaks. Shangala is known to have specialized in the dark arts and was once robbed by the master thief Athchos the Black while exploring a ruined desert city. Athchos emerged from Anarok with the book that bears Shangala's name, obviously a volume compiled by Shangala in his early researches. Athchos recited the book in Iriabor to a cabal of evil mages, led by All-Star Mir for copying. It is from their various records that Elminster knows the book's contents. Athchos then tried to lease the book to a mage in Elturel, but was slain by a swarm of hundreds of crawling claws. The book vanished in the attack, and it is widely believed that Shangala was responsible, for he thereafter styled himself Shangala the Black, thought to be a proud reference to his slaying of the notorious thief. Perhaps Shangala did not regain the book, or perhaps he allowed it to pass into the hands of others for coin or for his own fell reasons, because the book turned up again in Neverwinter, where it was unmistakably described by Orgos, a minor sage. The book was promptly stolen by evil mages of Luskan or agents working for them, but it is believed to have since vanished again, and is being sought by those of Luskan who desire to retrieve it. The tomes, 4 pages each, contain a single spell dealing with the dead, undead, or necromancy. The book itself bears no alignment nor known traps, although Athchos spoke, perhaps falsely, of a poisoned clasp to deter theft by those to whom he lent it, and the spells it contains seem more protective than actively evil in nature. Chapter 2. The Sage of Shadowdale's Tome. Though Elminster has been known to create several spellbooks in the course of his long life, few have become available to adventurers. This is one that has, and some of Elminster's critics say this tome demonstrates the mage's sense of humour. Elminster denies this, however, claiming he would never allow most of these spells to become available to those stupid enough to misuse them. Since he has offered no explanation for the book's existence, some believe the spells were stolen from him and released to embarrass the Grand Sage. Fortunately for the thieves, he doesn't embarrass easily. The book is odd in several ways. First, it appears to be a block of white marble with light blue veins, a little more than a foot long on each side. However, it is relatively light, weighing only about 20 pounds. If a mage touches the uppermost surface of the block, brilliant green lettering appears, listing, in common, the spells that appear in the book. If the reader concentrates on one of the spell titles, the list of spells disappears and is replaced by the text of that spell, also in bright green lettering. The text remains in view so long as the mage continues to touch the block. If the mage stops touching the block, it is reset so that the next time it is touched, even if only a second later, the spell list appears again. The bottom of the block, whichever side happens to be downward at any given time, can sprout 4 legs of marble. Wondrous, isn't it? A book that can move. Once a mage has used the book, it tends to follow that person around, presumably so it can be used again. However, the book teleports to a new random location after several weeks, so any mage is well advised to copy the book's spells while he or she can. Though several sightings of the book have been reported from all over Faerun, and even Mastika and Karatur, it has never appeared in the same place twice. Chapter 3. Tomes of Liches. My, look at it, Darson's notes. How could these be laying around for any Crichton to spy onto? This simple tome has a binding of fine black leather with a silvery symbol, Darson's personal sigil, on the spine. The book is approximately a foot tall, 2/3 that in width, and perhaps an inch deep. Some 150 pages of fine, thin paper rest between the bindings. About half of those pages bear the writings of Darson, also known as the spellmaker of Raven's Bluff. Unlike many of the other books, libraries, and tomes described thus far, Darson's notes was penned by a mage who still lives, Darson Spellmaker. Darson is young, as mages go, having not yet passed 50 years. He was given the name Sen when he was born in Halruar nearly a half-century ago, and he is the son of an elder of that nation, Dar Malson. Dar Malson travelled extensively in his youth, around Toril and to other worlds. Almost a century ago, he and his companions, a small group of other adventuring wizards, formed a guild and settled in the town of Northbank, on a world other than Toril. The guild thrived for more than a decade until a dark necromancer named Kiristan joined. With his skill and power, the newcomer quickly ascended to the seat of guildmaster. Kiristan wanted to become a lich and began experimenting on guild members. He was discovered and exposed by Dar Malson, but the guild fell apart. The rest of the guild members left and Dar remained in Northbank, slowly growing bitter, as well as disdainful of other people. Eventually, nearly 3 decades after the founding of his guild, Dar was able to exact a small amount of revenge against Kiristan, helping to stop an evil plot put into motion by that power-hungry mage who had achieved his goal of lichdom. Tired of living a life alone, Dar decided to return to Toril and to Halruar. He was also able to convince a pretty young mage, Kitta Dorf, to accompany him as his wife. Once back in Halruar, Dar Malson and Kitta reclaimed Dar's family estates, which had fallen into disrepair during his decades-long absence. The couple was happy at first, but their passions soon moved them in different directions. Kitta, though she wanted to learn more about magic, also enjoyed life and continually tried to get Dar to enjoy himself. Dar delved into more and more arcane researches, retreating from his wife and the life she offered him. The details are unclear, but Dar began researching some form of forbidden magic, possibly ancient Netherese spells. It is rumoured he also trafficked with the Red Wizards of Thay, seeking ever more twisted spells and magical items. Even the birth of his son, Sen Darson, failed to attract much of his attention. Not long after the birth of Sen, word of Dar's depredations reached the other elders of Halruar. Other mages confronted Dar, who rebuffed them. Eventually, several Halruan wizards banded together to put an end to what they regarded as perversions. A great battle was fought, and while Dar used magic long forgotten, he eventually fell to the combined might of the other elders. Kitta also perished, but Sen survived and was taken in by one of the attacking wizards, a middle-aged woman named Fodas. For several years, Sen was raised in ignorance of his heritage. He knew simply that his parents had died when he was an infant. However, when he reached the age of 13 and finished basic Halruan schooling, Sen was told of his family background by his adoptive mother. During the next few years, Sen studied magic, but he also researched his family background. He blamed Kiristan, and, by extension, necromancy in general, for the madness that seemed to have affected his father, but he also became increasingly disillusioned with the paranoid nature of Halruar. Sen developed his own ideas about magic, but these were suppressed by his mentors and teachers in favor of the right way of performing magic. Still, Sen persisted, and he eventually decided that the paranoid, repressive atmosphere of Halruar, which had led to the death of his father for unacceptable research, was counterproductive. At the age of 20, Sen formally adopted the name Darson to honor his father, and he left Halruar, never to return. Since leaving Halruar, Darson has studied magic a great deal. He is open to many ideas and enjoys researching magical spells, specializing to create focused spells more on the often sparse evidence about them. He considers himself not only a researcher, but almost an archaeologist of magic. Darson currently resides near the city of Raven's Bluff on the Dragon Reach. Residents of that city gave him the nickname Spellmaker more than a decade ago, and it has stuck rather firmly. Chapter 4. Good and Evil. Now, good and evil. You may expect me to speak in somewhat of an absolutist viewpoint. Why? That I follow the path of the righteous, that Mystra's divine pursuits always happen upon the nature of the path towards the common person's benefit. It seems you would be mistaken if you followed that thread of thought. This perilous pursuit towards the absolutes of mortality will never be decided. I fear there will always be a pull towards both the Celestials in Mount Celestia and those devils within the 9 hells who embody the forces of extremes. Then there are those who thread a parallaxal path, whereby they thread the lilies of betterment, or those who pivot towards their own ambitions. I would be irresponsible if I did not somewhat mention, the 2 books who share an antithesis towards one another. I can't blame ye if you already have somewhat of an understanding from my previous work, for you wouldn't be a very ample scholar if ye did not. So, let me read from the pages of the Book of Exalted Deeds and from the Book of Vile Darkness to reflect. Now, if ye are wondering how I came across these passages, well, that is a story for another day. Many beings are quick to recite the unkindly deeds they have performed, the darkness they commit when no soul observes, or the laws they have technically obeyed in the pursuit of their own ambition, as though these alone prove they are touched by evil and deserve its power. Yet the occasional performance of evil does not make one evil. It may make one useful, respectable, charming, or merely wealthy to their own betterment. However, to gain evil's boons, evil requires a certain corruption of temperament, the presence of vices that drive a being not merely to fail at goodness, but to diminish it. Evil implies selfishness, contempt for life, and a disregard for the dignity of sentient beings. Those who are evil make others suffer for their own gain, pleasure, pride, fear, or ambition. Evil is not rudeness, cruelty of speech, vulgarity, anger, ambition, cynicism, or disobedience, though evil beings may wear any of those faces. Evil is the dreadful profane force that rises from the lower planes and seeks to stain, break, or devour what is good. Evil is selfish, unjust, despairing, malicious, and corrupting, as opposed to evil, what is good. Many beings are happy to rattle off long lists of sins they haven't committed as evidence that they are good. The utter avoidance of evil, however, doesn't make them good, solidly neutral perhaps, but not good. Being good requires a certain quality of temperament, the presence of virtues that spur a being, not just to avoid evil in appearance, but to actively promote good. Good implies altruism, respect for life, and a concern for the dignity of sentient beings. Those who are good make personal sacrifices to help others. Good is not nice, polite, well-mannered, prudish, self-righteous, or naive, though good-aligned beings might be some of those things. Good is the awesome holy energy that radiates from the celestial planes and crushes evil. Good is selfless, just, hopeful, benevolent, and righteous. Now, where you stand upon these 2 reflections is your path, and I would say I have charted down the path of compassion more often, but your path, that is for you to tread. Now, scholar of the art, let your friend from Shadowdale read you 3 passages that sheds more detail on the nature of evil and good. The line between hero and villain is so faint, it might as well not be there at all. Disagree? Consider this. A group breaks into a residence, kills everyone inside, and then makes off with anything of value. Robbers sacking a roadside cottage are named villains for such a deed, yet adventurers who storm a goblin warren and do the same are dubbed heroes. The difference? You tell me, because I cannot see it. Chilling, if I do say, myself, and I do. Now, from the god of occult lore within Earth. Through my many adventures, I have had cause to interact with creatures most profane, and these encounters have taken place in some of the most desperate and alarming environments. I have peered into the abyss and evaded demons thirsting for my blood and slavering for my flesh. I have walked the Old One's gallery and gazed at the walls, lined with skulls of those he had slain during his rise to power. I have witnessed the fiery nine hells, glimpsed the impossible vistas of the far realm, and descended into the lower planes to wage war against chaos itself. Each time, I was astonished by the sheer diversity of those that mortals have deemed evil, and delighted in the sheer ingenuity displayed in their myriad horrible forms. Truly, while this book has proved invaluable in my own efforts to ensnare gods beneath my fabulous abode, to say nothing of my magical research, I fear it cannot do justice in describing the extent to which shadow truly darkens the world. My next passage should make you question your very thoughts upon the nature of the two. You may be asking why Elminster is understanding good and evil alongside the teaching of the two tomes. In your own time, mind you, true learning happens behind the curtain now. Why is it so important? To understand the cosmos and its very pull is the foundational basis upon what all material worlds and the planes themselves lean upon. I will not deny we instinctively find certain actions distasteful, yet our abhorrence does not make these actions evil. Rather, it signals some instinctive quality, some unconscious recognition of wrongness. The wrongness is not a byproduct of idealized good or evil. Instead, it is our recognition that a certain agency is at work in the cosmos. Notions about good and evil are mortal definitions for what is the absence and presence of this agency. We define actions as good or evil based on how a particular choice impacts our moral sensibilities. Such thoughts are useful for building stable and peaceful societies if that end is to be desired. But to apply these concepts to, for lack of a better term, vile darkness is inaccurate. I will leave you with one more thought before you tell a lie. Strike a soul where you think they deserve, or steal from a poor soul. The most fearsome monster I ever saw had 2 arms, 2 legs, and 1 head. And on its head was a face with 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, and 1 mouth. And above this face grew a mop of hair. Everywhere else, the creature's flesh was mostly pink and bare. Mostly makes my insides crawl thinking about it. There are countless tomes in the world, some powerful, some divine, others despicable. But no matter the subject, all teaching is beneficial in understanding oneself and the greater world around. So grab that tome that reeks of decay, hold that book whose neat pages you're afraid to crease. But remember always, memories are treasures. Lock the best of them in your mind forever, the most splendid moments, and those that are so grand they breathe a little magic. Well, those you need to share upon the page.